Good morning and welcome, Your Royal Highness Prince Daniel, distinguished ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and all of you watching on screens somewhere. Welcome to this meeting, high-level meeting, organized by the Swedish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Today's topic is, as you probably know by now, loneliness and its consequences for individuals, for public health, productivity, and society at large. We will consider different policy options and strategies on a national and international level on how to reduce loneliness and strengthen mental health in the EU. What do different experts say about loneliness? What is at risk? Which interventions are efficient? And who is actually responsible for taking action? From all parts of the world, we are getting alarming reports on loneliness. It is said to be increasing and has become a societal and political challenge. Many initiatives and steps have already been taken, but clearly there is a lot more to do. Loneliness shouldn't be an individual problem. It concerns us all. Loneliness has no age, no gender, and there is a need to find sustainable solutions. Together with experts, politicians, policymakers from all over the world, we will have talks and discussion today that hopefully will add knowledge and inspire you all. Now and then we will also invite you all here in this room and you who are watching on screens at home or at your work. We want to have your point of views in a couple of Mentimeter questions and roundtable discussions as well. My name is Nejma Shawush. I'm a freelance journalist, former TV anchor here in Sweden, and today I have the privilege to guide you through this very important meeting, I think. And before we get started officially, I'd like you to take a look around you and notice where you can find the emergency exits, just in case of, So let's get started. It's time to introduce our host. Give him a big applause as well. Welcome, Mr. Jakob Forssmed, Swedish Minister for Social Affairs and Public Health. The stage is yours.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful morning, I think, as also.
It is a beautiful morning.
And have you seen how nice the setting is?
Yes?
Yes. The stage is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Nejma. Your Royal Highness, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending to this very first high-level meeting on loneliness in the EU, where we will discuss policy options and how to prevent loneliness in the EU. We are now part of history in making history. Greetings to all of you who attended the dinner last night, and a warm welcome to you who are joining us here today and those attending online, of course. As citizens of the European Union, we have free movement. We are encouraged to use free movement to change jobs, schools, countries. But this movement can also mean that we are uprooted from our social contexts, which means an increasing risk of experiencing loneliness. This mobility demands that we can, on national, regional, local level, provide opportunities for new social connections. And to my fellow EU member states, I know that you are here because you share and understand the sense of urgency surrounding this issue. Our ambition during this meeting is to encourage each other to reflect and to have a dialogue and explore how the EU, through its member states and institutions, can and should find ways to prevent loneliness. Some of you attended a dinner last night at the Vasa Museum, and there is something we can learn from the Vasa Museum and from the Vasa, how to turn a societal failure into a learning experience and eventually a success story. By having shared goals, sharing experiences, and also daring to share failures, we can find fruitful collaborations. Sometimes we can feel as the Vasa ship, that we are at the bottom of the ocean, covered in mud, but we can be taken to the surface, being restored, and once again put into light. I urge you to take this opportunity to explore how we can turn ideas into that important action. It is widely recognized that both loneliness and social isolation are growing demographic trends in our modern European and Western societies. The COVID-19 pandemic magnified already concerning levels of loneliness in Europe. Survey data shows that in 2016, about 12% of the European Union citizens felt lonely more than half of the time. In the first months following the COVID-19 outbreak, this proportion increased to around 25%, with a larger increase in countries that had a lower prevalence of loneliness prior to the pandemic. Loneliness and isolation are public health problems. In 2022, almost 2 million Swedes over the age of 16 were troubled by loneliness and isolation. Over 2 million. Almost 2 million. 26% of children between the ages of 9 and 12 stated that they feel lonely at school. More examples are, for instance, that 1 in 3 young adults experience loneliness and isolation, as do 40% of women and almost 30% of men over the age of 85. People in vulnerable situations, such as persons with disabilities or migrants, also tend to experience more loneliness than the general population. Behind every figure is a person, and every figure speaks volumes. Loneliness is a major affliction, and there are strong reasons to recognize it as a societal problem. Loneliness that affects the individual also damages the body of society. And this is why this must be prioritized by policymakers. In fact, loneliness, especially if it lasts for a long time, has serious consequences. For example, children who suffer from a lack of relationships, who are left alone at recess, or who feel that they have to bear the problems on their own. They are more likely to fail at school, and that creating far-reaching problems for their entire life. For adults, mental health, but also physical health, is affected by loneliness. We know that loneliness increases the risk of cardiovascular disease, depression, dementia, for example. So loneliness causes and aggravates physical pain. All this, in turn, leads to an increased need for health and social services, which can add up to significant costs for society. Put simply, loneliness shortens and degrades our lives. However, measuring loneliness and comparing it across different countries is a complex task. Statistical challenges should be addressed and data limitations openly acknowledged for policymakers to create evidence-based politics and policies. We need to ask ourselves, how do we accurately measure loneliness? How does loneliness manifest itself in different demographic groups? How can we reach persons who are at great risk of suffering from loneliness? What are the common causes of loneliness? And based on other global trends, how do we predict it to develop in the future? I believe that this will be a relevant matter for the future of our democratic societies. What are the possible consequences of such developments? And what is the cost of doing nothing? To address the problem, a cross-sectoral approach is needed. And to the experts joining us from near and far, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. I'm really looking forward to learning more about your research findings and advise what the next steps needed on policy level should be on preventing loneliness. How can we create the infrastructure that we need for social connection. For us to succeed as societies, arenas are needed where people from different sectors can meet, think, and develop the work together, like this one today. Policy and politics should not and cannot solve the problem of loneliness on its own. Its role is primarily to create the conditions for other actors to remedy and prevent loneliness. This is also our aim with today's meeting, opening for discussions with non-governmental actors, civil society actors, such as religious communities, sports organizations, youth, pensioner organizations, will be important in this work. These issues are indeed shared problems between member states, and we have a lot to learn from each other on how to combat loneliness and social isolation, to strengthen the mental as well as the public health in the European Union. We really value the work of the Joint Research Center at the European Commission on this issue, and we welcome the meeting that will be held in June in Brussels. Thank you to His Royal Highness Prince Daniel for joining us here today. I know that you share my passion for public health, and I appreciate your support on this issue. Before I step down and leave the floor to the experts that will discuss this important matter, I really want to encourage you to take the time to visit the exhibitions right outside the room here. There you can see different perspectives on how loneliness can feel. His Royal Highness and I got a tour right before coming in here, and I can assure you it's really worth the time. It was a strong message that was delivered to all of us from those people who have been doing those paintings and those installations. I am convinced that the discussions today that we will have here will contribute to progress on national, on the European level, on global level, on this important issue, and that is surely needed if we are to combat loneliness in that strong way that is needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jakob Forssmed, Minister here in Sweden, and you will be back later this afternoon. And of course, I think you should, of course, look at the exhibition, but please wait for the break, so please stay in this room. Because we have another speaker who wants to say a few words, and she has sent us a recorded message since she couldn't join us here in Sweden today. We're going to listen to Stella Kyriakides, Health Commissioner at the EU Commission, of course, urging all member states to make the upcoming new initiative on mental health and the struggle against loneliness a collective priority. Let's listen to her.
Minister, esteemed guests, colleagues, friends. Over 2,000 years ago, the Greek philosopher Aristotle observed that people are by nature social animals. Social ties are key to our health and happiness. Yet even in today's interconnected world, many of us struggle with mental health and loneliness. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, mental health was an issue for 1 in 6 Europeans. Today, the figure is unfortunately worse. The pandemic broke the ties that bind us to family, to friends, to schoolmates, work, colleagues. Fears about the war in Ukraine, rising living costs, and the climate crisis have made matters worse. Sound mental health is vital for public health, the health of our societies and our economies. And that is why we must make it a collective priority. It is why exchanging experiences on how best to counteract issues like loneliness is so helpful. I would like to thank the Swedish Presidency for bringing us together to do that. Today, we will hear that concerted action is both necessary and achievable. Over the past 25 years, we have implemented many mental health initiatives and offered funding opportunities. And we have strong support from member states and stakeholders for a comprehensive EU-wide approach, and are working on a new initiative building on calls for action from citizens at the Conference on the Future of Europe. The Commission's communication on a comprehensive approach to mental health, due for adoption in June, will support and complement action at member state and regional level. Besides being comprehensive, the approach will be prevention-oriented, span relevant policy fields, and involve all stakeholders. There is financial support with over 18 million euro available this year alone. Also, the World Health Organization and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are helping with tailor-made technical assistance and capacity building for each member state. Looking at loneliness specifically, as part of a European Parliament pilot project on monitoring loneliness in Europe, the Commission's Joint Research Centre and Directorate General for Employment have been working on activities, including a comprehensive EU-wide survey on loneliness to better understand its drivers, an online mapping tool of actions across the EU, interviews with experts, and events like the high-level conference on loneliness in the EU on the 6th June to promote dialogue and best practice. Dear friends, today's event, organized by the Swedish Presidency, will enable member states to share experiences and best practice policies. This is essential for our joint efforts to reduce loneliness among citizens. More broadly, the concerted action I mentioned earlier will build on these events and turn our comprehensive approach to mental health into practical and effective solutions. And your conclusions today will help deliver those solutions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Health Commissioner Kyriakides. And now I would like to welcome another speaker, live this time, Madame Véronique Wasbauer. Vous êtes la bienvenue de monter sur ici, from the EU Commission. And you are also Principal Advisor for Non-Communicable Diseases at the Directorate General for Health and Food Safety.
Yes,
yes. And
yes.
I think you have some words to add.
Yes.
Yes, just a few ones, I think.
Just a few.
Okay, thanks.
Your Royal Highness, dear colleagues, dear European partners, as Commissioner Kyriakides said in her video speech, many of us are struggling with mental health and loneliness. What we are facing is probably one of the most important health challenges of the century. We therefore need more ambitious action from everybody. Full commitment and strong cooperation from everybody is needed. Member states and the public health authorities alone cannot effectively address these challenges. We need to look beyond the health sector. The promotion of good mental health in sectors other than health creates win-win situations with positive outcomes both in health and in non-health policy areas. We also need to step up our actions on health promotion and disease prevention. Prevention is better than treatment, and it is key to act and intervene as early as possible, and to empower the citizens to take care of their own mental health. We also need to focus our work on helping those who are most in need, such as children, young people, the elderly, refugees and migrants, and those in socio-economic disadvantaged situations. As what Commissioner Kyriakides said, we need to address mental health in a comprehensive, prevention-oriented and multi-stakeholder approach. This is the approach the Commission will be taking in the forthcoming communication on mental health. With today's event, we have the opportunity to discuss this in more detail. We also have a chance to call on European and national policymakers and stakeholders to share their views and experiences. So I would like to thank the Swedish Presidency for convening this exchange. I think we all look forward to hearing promising and best practices and strategies that exist all over our Europe. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Merci, Madame Vasboer. And you will be back later when you will talk a little bit more about the mental health initiative that is upcoming. Okay, before we start today's first session, we would like to ask you, all of you actually, even though those of you who are watching on your screens, it's a question that everybody is supposed to answer if you want, of course. It's optional. Please, if you use your phones and access the mentimeter.com and maybe sign in with the code provided, as you can see. There is also a QR code, I think, at least for those on this venue on your tables. So the QR code is to access the site. I'm supposed to, just lead you into that so you can find it. And here comes the questions. The question is just one, actually. What does loneliness mean to you personally? I just want to say we can't, we are not gonna track you and try to find who gives which answer, etc. And while doing this, maybe I can ask the next speaker, Julian, would you like to join me on stage? Yes. Now we can see a few words coming up. Here is the word cloud. Sadness. Okay. As you can see, words are coming in. Sadness, emptiness, challenge and opportunity. That's interesting. You can do something good about it. Fear, peacefulness as well. Emptiness again. Negative feeling, lack of friends. Yeah. Everybody, I think, has something to say about loneliness. And we're talking about unwanted loneliness, of course. Okay, that's nice of you. Thank you. You can continue to send in your words. We will start our first session for today. It's on global aspects of loneliness. And I'm very glad to say welcome to you, Dr. Julian Holt-Lunstad, Professor of Psychology, and I think you also run the what is it called now? The Social Connection and Health Research Laboratory. Yeah, I stopped because you're not only a professor of psychology, you're also a professor of neuroscience. Yes? Yes. Okay. And Brigham Young University is in Utah, USA. It's very nice to have you here. And we will, I think, hear you talk about the consequences that we heard Minister Forssmed talk about a little bit, the consequences of loneliness.
Yes.
Yes. So I just leave the stage to you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
A big applause.
I want to start by thanking the Swedish Presidency of the Council of the European Union for convening this important meeting on such an important and timely topic. And of course, acknowledge His Royal Highness, Prince Daniel, for supporting this event. And of course, all of you here. And I'm just so incredibly honored and humbled to be among such esteemed colleagues. As I prepared my remarks, I wanted to draw upon the many roles that I occupy. And this includes my role as an academic researcher, drawing upon the scientific body of knowledge in the community, as well as my own research over the past 2 decades on this topic. As well as drawing upon the experiences of working with the Foundation for Social Connection and the Global Initiative on Loneliness and Connection, and recognizing the importance of translating evidence into practice, as well as drawing upon my experience working with the National Academy of Science on multiple expert consensus reports related to this topic that transcend disciplinary boundaries. All of these perspectives are needed in order to address this issue. I want to start by acknowledging and recognizing that this is not a new issue. And while the pandemic has brought greater awareness of this issue, there has been actually decades of scientific evidence across multiple scientific disciplines to examine this issue. And the pandemic, in essence, tested us and found us unprepared. What this did was it not only exacerbated an existing issue, but it also revealed many of the gaps in our understandings and challenged us in terms of how we might be able to mobilize our resources. People suffered, communities suffered, and this went beyond just the COVID-related kinds of health consequences. Concerning trends that were already growing well before the pandemic suggests that just simply getting back to normal is not going to be enough, and that if we don't act, that these consequences may be far-reaching. So I want to begin by really acknowledging what we mean by loneliness. And there are 2 different kind of ways in which this term has been used. So we see how it's used more colloquially in regular conversation, that is often used as a catch-all term to encompass all forms of lacking social connection. But from a scientific standpoint, this really has more of a specific definition. And while these might differ somewhat, they all generally relate back to a couple of components. One is that it's a subjective, distressing feeling, a feeling of alone or a feeling of isolation, and that this may be related to and due to the discrepancy between one's actual and desired level of connection. So I raise these 2 points to help us recognize the different scope of these. And so while lacking social connection in general is important, as well as the more specific form of lacking social connection being loneliness, they do encompass different kinds of scopes of how we might approach them. Now, if we look across the multiple scientific disciplines and how they have approached this, we can say that social connection is an umbrella term and somewhat of a catch-all term. And so this encompasses all of these different approaches, and these generally fall under three main categories: structural, functional, and quality aspects of interactions and relationships. So structural being the actual existence of relationships and frequency of interactions in our lives, often marked by the size of our social network, but also the functions that these relationships serve and the extent to which they can be relied upon. We have to acknowledge the quality of these interactions and relationships, and acknowledge that not all relationships are entirely positive. Some relationships can have strain and negativity. And so social connection, in essence, encompasses all of these components and is on a continuum, so that high social connection is associated with low risk and low social connection is associated with high risk. And so loneliness is just one form of low social connection. This is important because social connection has far-reaching consequences. This includes not only health, but our well-being, longevity, and even economic prosperity. These consequences stem from the basic premise that humans are social beings. Throughout human history, we have needed to rely on others for our utter survival. And so because of this, our biologies have adapted to expect proximity to others. And so when we lack this, when we lack proximity to trusted others, our brains have to be more active. Not only to just meet the demands of everyday life on our own, but to manage threats in our environment. And so our brains have to be much more active. This leads to dysregulation in our bodies. And when this is sustained, that this dysregulation can lead to far-reaching consequences on our bodies. So how big are these consequences? So in my own research, I tried to examine the magnitude of the effect of lacking social connection in a variety of ways. And so I drew upon all of the global available data, including data from over 3.4 million people. And what we found was that loneliness was associated with a 20% increase risk for earlier death, social isolation by 29%, and living alone by 32%. In an earlier meta-analysis, using similar methodology, what we found was the incredible protective effects of being socially connected, which amounted to a 50% increased odds of survival. Now, of course, many other studies have replicated these findings, and depending on how social connection or lack thereof has been measured, these vary to some extent. But what we did was we wanted to see just how big this is and how does it relate to other kinds of factors that we take very seriously in public health. And so the social factors depicted in the gold bars, you can see are quite comparable to other risk factors, including things like smoking, excessive alcohol consumption, physical inactivity, obesity, and air pollution. What this suggests is that we need to start taking our social connections and lack thereof just as seriously. Not only is there evidence converging across scientific disciplines, but we also see evidence converging across social species, including social species in nature. So including both humans and these other social species, we see across multiple measures that both early in life and later in life, that the social environment is one of the strongest predictors of both mortality and morbidity. This evidence is also consistent with the evidence on the effects in terms of physical health and other kinds of health outcomes. So just for example, physical health, this has been linked to increased risk for cardiovascular disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. When it comes to mental and behavioral health, this has been linked to increased risk for depression, anxiety, suicidality, and addiction. When it comes to cognitive health, it's been linked to mild cognitive impairments and dementia, including Alzheimer's disease. It also includes impacts on our economic health, including healthcare costs and markers of productivity. But it's important to recognize that this goes beyond just individual health and well-being. This affects our communities. And when communities are more connected, we also see that this has community and societal level impacts. So this includes things like population health. Just for example, more connected communities had better COVID-related outcomes and responses. This has been linked to other kinds of issues like violence and safety. Just for one example, one study found that for every increase in standard deviation of social connectedness in communities, it was associated with reductions in both violent and nonviolent crimes. We also show that when communities are more connected, they are better prepared and more resilient for a variety of crises, including things like natural disasters, pandemics, and other kinds of public issues. This is incredibly important to recognize because as we see across a variety of outcomes, when it comes to a crisis, whether it's losing one's job or a natural disaster such as fires, floods, to wars and refugee crises, when communities are more connected, communities are more resilient. The more connected we are can be a matter of survival. In fact, oftentimes it's our neighbors that are often the first responders. And so as we think about the kinds of issues that are so timely, environmental issues, with the increasing frequency of extreme weather events, that as these crises become more frequent, that connected communities will be crucial to weather these kinds of crises. We also need to acknowledge that the evidence shows a gradient, a social gradient, meaning that for every level of increase in social connection, there is a decrease in risk. And what this suggests is that every single one of us is somewhere along this continuum. This applies to each of us. But unfortunately, what we see is that oftentimes our focused attention is only on the extreme end of this spectrum. And of course, we need targeted responses to meet the needs of those who are most in need. But we also need to recognize that those efforts are often, those tertiary level efforts often are the most costly and the least effective. And even if they are effective, we may be missing a portion of the population. Through more prevention type of activities and societal level kinds of approaches, we may be able to potentially shift that risk trajectory. One of the things that the pandemic has taught us is that social contact is part of almost every single aspect of life. As we've had to reduce our social contact, we've seen how it has impacted every single sector of society because it impacted our education, it impacted how we work, how we shop, our entertainment. It impacted every single aspect of life. And what that suggests is that every single sector of society can potentially play a role in the solution to this issue. So what we need is a social in all policy kind of approach, and we need coordinated efforts across these sectors. We need evidence-based approaches, and we also need to invest in research so that we can evaluate these approaches and invest so that we can fill the current knowledge gaps where they exist. We also need policy to really address these issues across sectors. But beyond policy, we need practices that support these, that reflect the values of the communities, and to support these kinds of policies. And finally, we need the social infrastructure. This includes both the physical spaces and places that people gather, but the institutions that support them as well. So in conclusion, although this is not a new issue and it is not an issue exclusive to the pandemic, it certainly has raised awareness for us and a sense of urgency that can catalyze accelerating our progress in this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So nice to listen to you. I will ask our panelists, I think you know who you are, please come up on stage, and why they do that. I'll just put a follow-up question, because it was really interesting to hear that you were talking about the social connection. Every connection seemed to count in some way, but what about the quality?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So,
quality is so important. In fact, so what we find is that when we talk about quality, we can think about in essence, the positive and negative aspects of relationships. And we know that having more positive kinds of relationships and interactions is associated with more protective and healthier kinds of effects, whereas the negative side is associated with risk.
Okay, very good. I just ask you, Dr. Holt-Lundstad, you know, we are not used to use all these titles here in Sweden, so it's going to be difficult. I might call you Julian at the end of the day. Okay, never mind. It was very nice to listen to you. And welcome up on stage our panelists that will discuss the matter. And we have actually, we are supposed to have one person here digitally. We will see if he will be with us. I'll start by introducing our distinguished guest, and we have Dr. Lucia Hoy, psychologist and assistant professor in social and behavioral science at the Utrecht University in the Netherlands. Very welcome. And we have Doctor peut-être, Etienne Krug, oui. Yeah, I know you're not so, it's not important for you, the title.
I'm happy to have it, but you don't need to mention it.
Yeah, okay. Director at the Department of Social Determinants of Health at the WHO, World Health Organization, and Miss Lara Fleischer. Fleischer?
Yes.
Yes, acting head of unit at the WISE Center at the UACD. And we were said to have somebody with us virtually. No? Is it? Yeah! Okay, I think we have him here now, virtually with us, Dr. Matja Kovacic.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you loud and
Great.
clear. Researcher at JRC, the Joint Research Center at the European Commission. Welcome to you. You are providing independent, evidence-based knowledge and science to the EU Commission. And I will actually ask you the first question, because your research center has published a big survey on loneliness in the EU quite recently. Can you say something about the challenges on how to define and measure loneliness?
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. I was supposed to be with you there, but unfortunately, due to an unforeseen and binding commitment, I was forced to cancel my trip. So yes, we have a big project, which is the pilot project of the European Parliament on monitoring loneliness in the European Union. This project started in 2021. It will end in 2024, but hopefully it will continue with the initiative on loneliness. So we have several activities related to this project, which are grouped into, let's say, main four big categories of activities. And one of these is the analysis of the existing data. probably will tell you something about more about this later. And the second thing is that you mentioned is the EU-wide loneliness survey that we designed and conducted together with the DG Employment, in which we covered several issues related to the measurement of loneliness, the standard base of measuring loneliness, but also we took into account what Professor Hoyes, for instance, defined different types of isolation as a key factors for loneliness, like emotional isolation.
So was it easy? What was the biggest challenge in your measurements?
But the biggest challenge was to conduct the survey, as with any other survey, but we managed to do it quite efficiently, I would say. So
okay.
We collected data for 27 countries. Now we are analyzing this data, and we will present the results on our June conference in June in Brussels.
Yeah, and what about, were there anything in the results that you didn't expect, that you were really, you know, wow, what is that?
To be honest, we are still elaborating this data.
Okay.
We found some interesting evidences, but we'll still need to conclude these data elaborations. We found some interesting evidence on the prevalence of loneliness also among younger individuals, which is a very important argument, and not only among older individuals. So we are dealing also with this, and as I said before, different types of loneliness, so different types of isolation.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to ask now Dr. Krug, in preparing this meeting, I found some alarming reports predicting loneliness to be the next public health crisis in different parts of the world, which is really serious, I think. I don't know if you agree to that description, but anyway, it's a big issue, it's a big challenge, I guess. I would like to know, what is your role, the WHO's role, in reducing loneliness and trying to strengthen connectivity, social connectivity?
Yeah, thanks, Nejma. Let me first of all start by thanking Minister Forssmed for the dinner last night, which I thought was fantastic. So
you can take that later, you know, we have no time.
I think it's
polite,
important to say
anyway,
thank you.
Okay.
I'm not being polite, I'm just saying thank you, because
Yeah,
I think it was a nice evening and it needs to be recognized. But also for putting this issue on the agenda, because when I saw, and this is answering your question, when I saw the objectives of this meeting, they're exactly in line with what WHO is trying to do. Loneliness and social isolation have for a long time been a little bit considered like a soft issue that, you know, affects older people in rich countries. It's sad, but so there's bigger problems in the world. Yeah, but now we know that it is not only old people, it's also young people. We also know it's not only in rich countries, it's also in poorer countries. It's all over the world. It's a growing issue, put in the spotlight by COVID. It was there before, but it probably on the rise and will stay there, that's for sure, for a while. And we now know much more about the very wide public health impact that Juliana has very well described. So our role is going to be to raise attention and to what Jakob just said also, which is, you know, put this higher on the policymakers' agenda. Because yes, it's high in Sweden now, and in the UK, and in Japan, and in the US coming as well, in a few countries, but in most countries, it's little talked about, it's ignored in terms of its public health importance. So WHO intends to put it higher on the agenda. It's still a secret, but I'm going to share it with you. We are setting up, yeah, we're probably setting up a commission to work on raising the profile, develop a report, and talk about what can be done. One of the challenges, which I think everybody has mentioned so far, is data collection. So we're going to work on definitions, measurement, and create some kind of index. And we are going to try to compile more evidence on what can be done to address the issue.
Yeah, and when is this commission going to be up and running?
That's
a big secret.
No, it's coming soon. Well, even I don't know. So
okay.
But it's going to come probably in the next 2-3 months.
Okay, so close. Yeah, very nice. Okay, and yeah, you were talking about that this loneliness issue has actually been highlighted. I mean, everybody's talking about it since the pandemics. Everybody has somehow experienced how it is to be lonely, of course. And I would like to ask you, Ms. Fleischer, loneliness, as we know, isn't a new condition. And you, when we were talking beforehand, you said there is a momentum to be used in a constructive way. Can you give us some examples of how it can be used?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, and also thank you to the host. And
Yeah.
so I think indeed we are. On the one hand, I feel we are at the beginning of a long journey.
Yeah.
I mean, there is decades-long research on the negative impacts or implications of low social connectedness, but nevertheless, the evidence base still needs to be expanded to really, conduct frequent surveys on the prevalence of loneliness, understand better who is lonely and what types of interventions are effective and scalable for different population groups. But all of that being said, I also do feel there is a momentum right now that is truly incredible and that I couldn't have imagined even 5 years ago.
Really?
So, yeah, at the OECD WISE Center, which is our Center for Wellbeing, we are trying to build the evidence base on different aspects of people's lives that really matter for their lives and should be also considered in how we benchmark societal progress. And then try to integrate them into policymaking. And social connectedness has always been an issue and that's what people themselves also say, when what is important to you, social connectedness, our relationships come up. But it hasn't been really, sorry. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to ask you, I don't know if you were ready, because what I wonder also is the OECD is actually giving, I think, propositions or trying to help policymakers on what to do on this matter. Do you have a lot of questions of this kind?
So exactly those questions are now starting, right?
Okay.
So we are seeing like a high-level meeting like this at the European Commission level wouldn't have happened 5 years ago. Later this afternoon we'll have, national initiatives being presented, which I highly commend. Speaking from the OECD perspective, there's also very interesting developments beyond the European level, right? So we see there's been ministers of loneliness in the UK and Japan. There's been initiatives in Canada, Australia. So yes, I think there is a momentum, and we have the opportunity to now learn from each other and experiment as we go along, because I think we can't wait for some of the medium or long-term evidence that is needed to answer those questions to be ready.
Okay.
So
we'll see if maybe there are other point of views in that question. Okay.
Yes.
Now I'd like to ask you, Dr. Hoy, it's kind of difficult because you have to, I'm trying to put your whole research in one sentence, and we'll see if it's going to work. Because there are quite a few stereotypes about whom is perceived as lonely. And your research shows the complexity of how different cultural norms affect how we perceive loneliness, how loneliness is perceived. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it covers part of my research.
Yeah, it's part of your, of course, part of your research.
Yeah.
But what do you think that implies in finding efficient interventions?
Yeah. So in my response, I think I also want to already respond a little and react a little to what has been said earlier today. So one thing I think that we really need to clarify at this point, because already in this session we've often mentioned loneliness and social isolation together. We've had the differentiation, and we know both are risk factors. But in the end, we know that only a certain proportion of people who feel lonely are actually socially isolated. And I think this is very important to stress once more in this group, that loneliness, the subjective experience of loneliness, can have so many different causes, which often are rooted in the individual, not only in the social relationships that people have. And because of that, I think it is very important to better measure loneliness causes. So we've heard a lot of attempts to measure loneliness prevalence. I'm not so sure how useful it is for intervention to measure loneliness prevalence. I think it is very important to measure why people feel lonely, because otherwise we get interventions that work like a plaster for loneliness, that might ease loneliness a little. They might sometimes also backfire if they address the wrong cause for loneliness. But we do not really know how to erase it, or let's say the more pathological forms of loneliness, because we also need to differentiate between normal loneliness, so to say, that most of the people in the world experience, and the pathological form of loneliness that we need to address in interventions.
So what do you say, Dr. Julianne Holkelungstam?
Yeah, so I want to react to so many points.
Yeah.
And I think a couple things that are important, as just mentioned, isolation and loneliness are different. They can sometimes co-occur, but not always. But it's important to recognize that both carry risk. And so whether you have loneliness without isolation, that carries risk. And even if you have isolation without loneliness, that also carries risk. And so we need to acknowledge both. And so that's incredibly important. But as was mentioned, one of the things that I think is often underappreciated are those underlying causes. Because if we offer the kinds of solutions that aren't responsive to the person's actual needs, it may not be helpful. And in fact, one of the things that we find in our evidence is that when we look across all of the different ways that you can measure various aspects of social connection, they're all significant predictors of risk. The one that is variable is received support. And that's because some support can be helpful and some is not helpful. And that really speaks to this importance of recognizing these underlying causes, because if we're not actually getting at the root of the problem, our efforts may be ineffective.
What are you saying, Mr. Kovacic, about this?
Yeah, I perfectly agree that understanding the deep causes of loneliness is extremely important. So what we did, we also concentrated on these cultural roots of loneliness. Now, besides these demographic and socioeconomic factors that may influence loneliness, there is this set of cultural, psychological factors that are very deeply rooted and persistent that may influence the likelihood of feeling lonely. Now, when it comes to which cultural dimension is important for loneliness, of course, there are some. We can talk about the level or the degree of social embeddedness of individuals into networks. There we are talking about individualistic or collectivistic societies. But we mostly concentrated on another aspect of culture, which is strictly related to the tightness of social restrictions that constrain individuals in choosing their favored behavioral patterns, which may lead to a less fulfilling and less responsive relationships. And this is in line with the culture loneliness framework of Professor Hoy introduced. So we try to solve this puzzle because it is a very complex argument. So linking cultural characteristics and loneliness, but we just analyzed the historical roots of attitudes toward loneliness, which pass through a very specific cultural component, which is related to norms and restrictions. And we argue that it is historically rooted. Then we went to explore the historical roots of individual cultural backgrounds, and in the pre-industrial era. So it was a very particular approach.
We can't go too far back, you know. We can't go back to the Greeks. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
yeah. However, yes. So we just isolated the cultural component that is linked to loneliness, which allowed us to also to estimate the direct effect of loneliness on several health outcomes, which is a very important argument.
And is there seemed to be a consensus among scientific in science about the causes of loneliness, isn't it? Or is it still something that is moving? Yeah. Well, okay.
I think that there are just so many different causes for loneliness. So there is agreement on the causes of loneliness, but they are so diverse that the question probably is more like how much do we cluster them together for developing interventions. But I think that there is general agreement, and also in my studies what I find is that these causes are quite similar in quite different cultural contexts.
All right, so we are still really at the beginning of this journey because we have to identify them and then put them together and try to find intervention that works. And this is something that we are really going to talk, about through every session today. I mean, I think you mentioned it, we need interventions that actually know, we have to know that they work. How are you, Dr. Krug, how are you going about? Because, I mean, you have some responsibility as the WHO, if you will have this commission, etc. how are you going to evaluate what works and what doesn't, and etc.?
Yeah, this is typically, I mean, I work on a number of topics ranging from violence in the family to aging to road safety. So this is another one of these topics where people can relate to. Everybody knows about it. Everybody has an opinion, wants to talk about it, and often knows what needs to be done. But I think what we've heard so far, and it's a fascinating discussion, is that we really need a scientific approach.
Yeah.
We need the numbers, we need clear definitions, we need to try to standardize as much as possible so that we can compare across countries, but also inside countries between different types of communities. And so our role will certainly be to bring together experts from around the world to share best practices, to evaluate programs, to make sure that we move gradually into a more uniform and certainly a scientific approach.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I'm trying to keep real here, realistic, I mean, because as the EU Commissioner actually really pointed out, we are living in a challenging times. We had the fear of the war in Ukraine, the climate crisis, rising living costs. I mean, how preventable is increased stress and the risk of mental ill health and loneliness, etc. in our times? I don't want to spoil, you know, the good work, etc. But still, I'm worried. Yeah.
I would say that if we don't act, we should be worried.
Yeah.
But as the evidence suggests, is when we do have more connected communities, we're more resilient to face these kinds of crises. And so while these crises may still be happening, well, hopefully we can, through coming together, we can also help prevent some of these crises, but it also helps us cope with these crises.
Yeah, but you are the one that really are interested in this. What I'm wondering is this, and of course in Sweden, of course we have this on a political agenda, very high up, but how is it elsewhere? I don't know, Dr. Hoy, you were going to say something?
Yeah, it's just a small comment, but it relates to something that we discussed yesterday over dinner as well, which is about often raising awareness already helping against loneliness. Why? Because many lonely people that I talked to told me that their loneliness mostly felt like not being understood, being different from everyone else, and also being very alone with their experience of loneliness. So I think as soon as we start talking more about the possibility of feeling lonely, but also different risks and different causes for loneliness, people will recognize themselves more in others. And I think through that, raising awareness might already help against the loneliness that might sometimes not be preventable, because indeed life stresses can just cause loneliness. Problems we have, important decisions we have to make ourselves can just cause loneliness. Bereavement causes loneliness, and this is something we will not erase from people's lives.
If I may, I also am I agree with all of these points that were just made, but I'm also optimistic to see a lot of action emerging at the local level. Because I agree, we need top-level policymakers to take action, but with COVID, people and communities learn the need to help each other out, to create networks real-time or virtually through social media. And this is, social media is part of the problem, but it's also part of the solution. And I think it's going to be part, there's a movement emerging at local level, which will also help solve this.
Yeah, I want to, time is flying, I say. Okay, time flies. I want to put the last question, and I will ask you, I know it's not very polite, but I ask you to be short. All of you, the same question, and it is about, seen from your different perspectives, what are your recommendations to policymakers? What is the main course of action that should be taken in combating loneliness? And I'll start with you, Dr. Hoy.
Yes, so I think it is indeed, as I initially said, to first measure what most dominant loneliness causes are. Why? Because if we, for instance, just have interventions against social isolation, we might actually have backfiring effects among people who feel easily rejected by others. So if we randomly mix them with other people to have active social contact, they might feel even lonelier through these interventions. So that's why I think, first things first, that's really to measure how many people feel lonely, for instance, through a troubled family background, and who might be helped better, for instance, through cognitive behavioral therapy than through more social connection.
Okay, thank you. What about you, Ms. Fleischer?
Yes, I would recommend two things. One, on the measurement side, and yes, we talked about more measures on prevalence and also on the causes. If we get technical, I think they should be, priority measures should be identified by countries and put into very regular social surveys, which also cover some of the causes already. So right now, many of those measures are in, for example, time use surveys, which are conducted every 5 to 8 years and so on. So work on the measurement side and involve the National Statistical Office here. So again, speaking about broad-based collaboration, it's not only a health ministry issue.
Yes, I go to Mr. Kovacic first. What is your recommendation?
So my recommendation, first of all, we should invest a lot of research and energy in understanding real drivers of loneliness, because especially if we want to link loneliness to health, we have this problem of reverse causality. What influences what? Is it loneliness that influences health, or vice versa? And so more research is needed in this regard. But also we should invest more in analyzing the exogenous drivers, if we are interested talking about culture and everything else, the exogenous drivers of these attitudes toward loneliness, because it is an attitude, a feeling, right?
Okay.
And as for policy implications, it depends. So once we have understood the key drivers, we will be able to define target groups. And then what we need, I think the policymaker need, are not as these kind of one-off measures, but long-term approaches to
okay.
loneliness.
Thank you.
This is one of the things that.
Dr.
Very
Krug,
much.
thank you.
3 quick points, I think. One, invest. And I use the word investment really in what it means. It is a real investment. Invest in a scientific approach. Invest in prevention, because we already have a direction for some prevention efforts. And then share lessons learned.
All right. What about you?
Very quickly, in terms of measurement, I recommend a multifactorial approach that encompasses all of the components of social connection or lack thereof, and that too narrow of approach might potentially miss risk that is very well documented across these elements. And then I would recommend that we go beyond the individual level, that we need to look across individual, community, society, institutional. And then finally, I would recommend a cross-sectoral approach, that this not only affects health, but affects across multiple kinds of societal outcomes.
Very good. We're going to hear this word a lot today, I'm sure. Cross-sectoral. I know it already. Very much. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences, your research in this very, very short time. Thank you so much. I hope you will enjoy the rest of the day as well. You will stay, I hope. Thank you. Thank you. So, before we are about to take a break, I would like to welcome a next guest. Thank you. Welcome, Elin Anvall.
Thank you, Najma.
Managing Director at Generation PEP, a non-profit organization that gives children and young people the opportunity to live active lives and healthy lives as well. And I just want to say that Generation PEP also is part of the Swedish Crown Princess Couples Foundation. And you've just published a study that you are going to tell us a little bit about.
Yeah, share some of the facts from that.
Yes, thanks.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, and distinguished guests. I consider myself very lucky. I am healthy, and I'm not lonely. And I, just as most of you in here, get to spend my days working with making a positive impact on society. I spend my days working with what I think is absolutely most important: creating our future, giving our children what they need and what they have the legal right to, making sure that our next generation is fit for a sustainable life on this planet. I work for Generation PEP, a non-profit organization working to give all children and young people opportunities to live active and healthy lives. Generation PEP has existed since 2016, when it was founded through an initiative by the Swedish Crown Princess and Prince Daniel. Together with actors from all parts of society, businesses, NGOs, government, authorities, universities, and private individuals, Generation PEP wants to ensure that all children, regardless of where they live or who they are, remain as healthy as possible. This is also one of the articles of the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child. Article 24 states that all children have the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health. So, is that right fulfilled for children today in Sweden? Generation PEP have an annual report where we invite 29,000 Swedish children to answer questions about their lives. This year's report was released on Wednesday, and I will share some of the results with you relating to mental health and loneliness. So the first fact that we see is that only 2 out of 10 children in Sweden are physically active on average 60 minutes per day. 60 minutes is the recommended active time by the World Health Organization and also by the Swedish National Board of Health. Already from the age of 4 years, we actually see a gender difference where boys are more active than girls. The second fact I want to share with you is that 1 out of 4 children does not attend any organized spare time recreational activity. That often means that they spend afternoons all alone by themselves at home. And here we see a clear income difference where children from higher income households are more likely to participate in organized activities like sports than children of lower income. And thirdly, 3 out of 10 teenagers spend 5 hours or more behind screens per day after school. That is 5 hours of inactive, sedentary time, mostly scrolling, looking through films and clips by themselves, all alone at home. Given these facts, is the right to the highest attainable standard of health fulfilled for children today in Sweden? As we already heard from previous speakers, and research also pretty clearly shows, a lack of physical activity correlates with a worse mental health. And an excess of screen time also correlates with poorer mental health and loneliness. Therefore, Generation PEP strongly believe that physical activity and participation in spare time activities is something that we need to make sure that all children have the right to. Today, we fail to fulfill that right to all children. So what can we do? A few years ago, Generation PEP went to Cambridge to ask the sharpest scientists to help us. Let's hear what Stephen Hawking had to say about it.
At the moment, humanity faces a major challenge, and millions of lives are in danger. As a cosmologist, I see the world as a whole, and I am here to address one of the most serious public health problems of the 21st century. Today, too many people die from complications related to overweight and obesity. We eat too much and move too little. Fortunately, the solution is simple: more physical activity and change in diet. It's not rocket science. And for what it's worth, how being sedentary has become a major health problem is beyond my understanding.
So, as Stephen Hawking said, it's not rocket science. We have to take care of human nature. We are created for being physically active and connected to each other, and we should not sit still all day long, all alone. So, I think we should start right now.
Yes.
You saw it coming, right?
Yes,
We're
supposed to move in some way.
Yeah.
So please tell us what to do, Elin.
Yes. So I think let's start to stand up. We're soon going into break, so you will move more, but let's start waking up our bodies a little bit. I think we can just do some squats. So actually we sit down and stand up 10 times.
Wow.
So
Okay.
should we get going?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, let's start. And I actually feel that it's quite nice to be active after sitting down for quite some time. And this isn't rocket science, you know. Every movement counts and makes a difference, both for you and your physical and mental health. And then if we do it together like we do now, it's much more fun.
It's
right?
fantastic. Thank you, Elin.
It's not rocket science. It's physical activity.
Thank you, Elin. Elin will be back later this afternoon. She will be talking mostly, I think. She's not going to move that much. I just want you to tell you that before you get this healthy snack, all heads, listen now, all heads of delegations and speakers are asked to follow His Royal Highness Prince Daniel and Minister Forssmed for a family photo. So please wait for Minister Forssmed to lead the way for those going to this event, photo event, before leaving for coffee right outside the station here. And make sure to be back here at, well, 10:50, I think. 10:50, welcome back. welcome back to this session, and I just need to cough. Sorry. Also, it's a little bit difficult today. We're going to continue this session, and we're going to deepen the subject a little bit. We're going to talk about mental health. So I would like to welcome back Ms. Véronique Wasbauer from the EU Commission. As you remember, Principal Advisor for non-communicable diseases. Welcome. In a couple of months, as we've heard, the Commission will launch a comprehensive approach to mental health in the EU. What do you want to tell us about that?
Thank you. So, dear colleagues, in September 2022, President von der Leyen announced a new initiative on mental health in her State of the Union speech. Prior to this, at the Conference on the Future of Europe in May 2022, European citizens had highlighted mental health as a major concern. In addition to the calls from the Member States and the European Parliament, there is strong support for a comprehensive, prevention-oriented approach at EU level that can support and complement action at Member State and regional level. The preparatory work on a Commission communication on a comprehensive approach to mental health is ongoing, with DG Santé in the lead and the Employment Department in support. DG Santé, the Health Department of the European Commission, has been extensively consulting Member States, stakeholders and citizens. The Member States have been consulted through a newly set up expert group on public health, and in particular its subgroup on mental health. Besides showing strong support for EU action in this area, the Member States considered promoting mental health and preventing mental health problems as the most urgent challenges, followed by support and better access to treatment and care for mental health problems. Stakeholders and citizens have been consulted through a call for evidence on the Have Your Say portal of the European Commission and through a series of targeted webinars. The last opportunity for the stakeholders to give feedback is actually today, where they present posters on topics they have identified where they could help in their implementation. In parallel, discussions are also ongoing with all relevant Commission departments in a true mental health across policies approach to identify relevant actions as their contribution to the communication. As with all EU health policy making, the focus of the work on mental health is on supporting vulnerable groups and socio-economically disadvantaged groups. The Commission has also projects with the World Health Organization and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development to provide tailor-made support to each individual member state when it comes to technical assistance and capacity building in the transfer and implementation of best practices on mental health. A survey jointly developed by DG Santé and the WHO to assess the capacity of national mental health systems was launched, and the results provide the basis for tailored support to each individual member state. A first quick overview of some of the main outcomes shows that the member states highlighted the following. There is low budget for mental health. There is a need for the EU to support and encourage member states to move from inpatient services to community-based services. The need for the EU to support national intersectoral cooperation. Some of the specific areas that member states highlighted for support were capacity building and mental health workforce planning, monitoring and evaluation of mental health policies, promotion and prevention, integration of mental health into emergency preparedness responses and recovery, addressing mental health stigma and discrimination, and mental health policy development. Over the next 3 years, the WHO, the OECD, and the Commission will continue this work. In addition, financial support for actions on mental health is provided to member states and stakeholders under the EU4Health program. Over the last 3 years, the program has provided over 30 million euros in support for the public health aspects of mental health. And this year, over 18 million euros is available. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Veronique Wasbauer. And yeah, you will, no, you all won't be back at all. So a big applause for you, because I thought you were going to be back on the, you know, panel discussion, but you won't. So thank you so much for giving us this information about the upcoming initiative. And now we will actually get a little bit slightly national and talk about Sweden and the preparation of a national strategy on loneliness that has been commissioned to 2 authorities here in Sweden. You may come up, you know. Yeah. I think you look like, you know, spring flowers, both of you. It's a compliment. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, you're going to talk about what has been commissioned to your 2 different authorities. And you're going to talk also about the actions that already have been taken against loneliness, for example. So I welcome Ms. Olivia Wicksell, Director General for the Swedish National Board of Health and Welfare, and Dr. Karin Tegmark Wisell, Director General of the Public Health Agency of Sweden. And you have similar names, you know.
Yeah, we are not relatives, but we are very strongly social connected.
Yeah, I know, especially after the pandemics. We've seen you all the time, I think, in the television. Anyway, we will hear what you have to say to us, please.
Thank you very much. Dear Royal Highness, dear Minister, distinguished delegates, experts and colleagues. My name is Karin Tegmark Wisell, and I am the Director General of the Public Health Agency of Sweden.
And my name is, as you heard, Olivia Wicksell. I'm Director General for our National Agency for Health and Welfare, and we are very glad to be here today to discuss this important issue.
Loneliness, as we have heard several times this morning, is a public health problem that can harm our physical and mental health. To be alone is a fundamental state that we all experience, whereas some people enjoy being alone, and it is sometimes that most of us need to be alone to be in health and to have recovery from the intense and sometimes stressful everyday life. Loneliness is a different issue, and it is of increasing public health concern. And since loneliness can affect mental health negatively, it must be addressed. And there are many ways to do this, and I really look forward to this morning to share experiences and to learn about how loneliness is addressed in different countries and to hear from experts and researchers. The adverse consequences of loneliness have been known for some time, but as we also heard, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was no difference in Sweden. It reached the broad public awareness. Public awareness due to the physical distancing and isolation that were necessary to prevent the spread of the virus, and it became a potential threat to our mental health. Loneliness, as we have heard, can be caused by being alone and isolated in a physical sense, but also when being among people, but having no emotional support. The Public Health Agency measures both loneliness and lack of emotional support in the general population. These two measures are not perfectly correlated, as we've heard already, but they represent two phases of loneliness. Independent of measures, the statistics show clearly that loneliness is not evenly distributed in our population. Measures from our national service show that about 1/4 of the adult Swedish population report feeling lonely, and the majority are being affected mildly, but severe loneliness is reported by about 3% of the population. In the first slide, you can see in the left diagram, if we go on to the next slide, it's myself. Yes, in the left diagram, we see the percentage in the adult population reporting loneliness in different age groups. And as you can see, the youngest and the oldest adults report loneliness more often than other ages. Loneliness is, however, not only an issue for the adult population. Loneliness is also prevalent in children, not shown in this slide, but among Swedish 15-year-old school pupils, 14% of the girls and 8% of the boys report feeling lonely most of the time or always. When it comes to emotional support, which is shown to the right in the slide, we see a pronounced gender difference. Lacking emotional support is twice as common in men as in women, and the gender difference is highest in the two youngest age groups. This slide shows the prevalence of self-reported severe anxiety among groups with and without emotional support. As you can see, having no emotional support is associated with a threefold increase in anxiety, and that goes for both men and women. And this is compared to the group having emotional support.
Yes, so loneliness is prevalent in the entire population, all age groups. And therefore it's very important that public health providers, the healthcare services, the social care services address this challenge for all age groups. And particularly vulnerable group is the elderly persons, and I would like to show some data on that. Every year in Sweden, we send out a survey to more than 200,000 elderly persons who receive care. And we note that the number of persons who say that they experience loneliness has increased the past 10 years. Especially for elderly that live in care facilities. As you can see here on this slide, there are differences between elderly persons who live at home and elderly persons.
I think you should move to the next one, right?
Sorry, I thought that. No. Back. Where? No, it's not here. What's it?
They are in a different order than we. There we are.
There you have it. Sorry. You can see here it's more common for elderly persons to live in elderly care facilities than elderly persons to live at home. And this is, of course, related to a higher prevalence of illness for persons who live in elderly care facilities and a lack of social context. And we also note that the difference remained regardless of whether you live with someone or live alone, but people who live alone suffer more. Women, as you can see, report more often than men that they feel lonely, but loneliness is not linked per se to gender. It's related to other factors, for example, that women in general outlive their spouses, and with a higher age comes also a decline in functional ability, which affect loneliness. And we have also asked elderly persons how the restricted visits during the pandemic have affected a sense of loneliness. Even here we can see that women report more loneliness than men. In addition, the families of the elderly persons report that the lack of visits and increased social isolation have had a detrimental effect on the well-being of their loved ones.
Thank you. So now let's get the slides correct. So this was the slide I was supposed to talk about, and maybe we didn't quite have the same view. But now I come back to... Okay, nevertheless, age is not the only aspect affecting loneliness, and we also see that the highest rate of severe loneliness and lack of support are found in people who are unemployed and on long-term sick leave, and it's also higher in students as compared to people in employment. And among the unemployed, men reporting lacking emotional support are twice as often as women reporting loneliness. Yes.
Yes. Social context is important regardless of age, but if you are an elderly person, social context can of course be of even more importance. As you get older, your partner may have passed away, or your circle of friends might have decreased, and physical ailments prevents you from meeting and seeing each other as often as you like. Our data shows that elderly persons in care homes who experience loneliness often explains it by its too few social activities on the elderly care facilities, as well as a lack of staff. So the Swedish government has addressed these topics in many policy initiatives. And there are many policy initiatives going on, and I would like to mention some of them in Sweden. And as you can see here, one thing is to provide funding for initiatives to minimize social isolation. And in Sweden, the government grants have been quite generous and directed to municipalities, and we have allocated over 60 million euro to all municipalities in Sweden to be spent on countermeasures to combat loneliness. These funds gave opportunities for municipalities to provide an active and meaningful life in togetherness with others and break through isolation, and over 90% of the funds were spent. New funds will be provided. An additional 30 million euro will be allocated this year by the government to tackle this public health problem. And the issue here is not only to reduce loneliness, but also to promote mental well-being throughout the life course. And this is our couple of policy examples. And then I would like to mention a couple of examples of best practice, as we addressed before this morning. So regions and municipalities are working with best practice to combat loneliness in Sweden. And first, I would like to say something that primary care centers in Sweden are, in different parts of Sweden, screening for loneliness among elderly persons. And one key result from that screening is that it's not enough to screen and to identify relevant activities, but you also have to give support to the persons to actually begin attending, and that is what makes the difference. Second thing here is not only prescribe pharmaceuticals, but also start to prescribe social activities as well as physical activities. After screening for loneliness in a primary care center, as you would screen for alcohol or tobacco, as we heard before, you can receive a tailored support plan based on your needs, your wishes, your interests, and occupational therapists and physiotherapists assist the individual to address the loneliness and prescribe social and physical activities. And this is also something that is supported by the Swedish government. Another project that has been launched in different municipalities is to map for loneliness. And this map resulted in one municipality in a website listing available support and social context. For example, arranging cafes where you can talk about life experiences, or start initiatives to educate civil society about loneliness and create more social events in the local community. So civil society is key here, as well as create a more connected community. So these examples tell us that a cross-sectoral approach is needed.
Yes, so how do we level up and how do we combat loneliness even more? We have now received the assignment from the Swedish government to work on this issue, and the objective of the assignment is to propose the content of a national strategy to reduce loneliness in the entire population of Sweden. And this will really require that we intensify our efforts. And in this assignment, we will collaborate between the Public Health Agency of Sweden and the National Board of Health and Welfare, but also with other authorities and agencies and society at large. The civil society are very important in this work. And as part of the assignment, we will review the current knowledge base that we have on loneliness, but we will also review what we have on interventions to reduce and prevent loneliness. We will also analyze empirical data to obtain an accurate understanding of the magnitude of loneliness in Sweden and to identify the vulnerable groups. Finding valid measures for monitoring loneliness is important, and we have touched upon that already, that we need to know what we are measuring and what we need to measure to address the intervention in the right way. From an international and EU perspective, it is also of importance that we do this together with other countries in order to develop and further compare data across our borders. And finally, collaboration is crucial to reduce loneliness, not only in a literal way, but also we need to work on it in the strategy, and we need to meet together to work in this issue, to learn from each other and to share experiences. We all have to contribute, and we need to share in the future also our experiences.
So we have an excellent opportunity today to collaborate and to, since we heard it, we lacked evidence-based, to share good examples, best practice, share the knowledge we have in order to reduce loneliness, and also the opposite way, to strengthen the sense of belongingness in our respective member states and in the entire EU region. So we could not only address loneliness, but also start talking about how to strengthen and invest more in social connections. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And please stay. Olivia, you will stay, but Karin is actually leaving us for a moment. She will be back this afternoon. So I would like our other panelists to please come up on stage. I think you know who you are. Dr. Yolanda Agra, Professor Lena Dahlberg, Professor Frank Bellivier. But you are going to stay, aren't you?
I will stay.
Oh, okay. You just have something to... Okay. That's nice. And... yeah, I will present you in a while. I just want to say also hello, very welcome to Pamela Coulter, Professor of Education at the University of Manchester and the UK's, leading scientific expert on child and adolescent loneliness. I think you are with us now. Hi, very nice to see you this morning. I'm going to introduce the other prominent panelists. Welcome. Dr. Yolanda Agra, Deputy Director of the Quality of the National Health System in Spain, specialist actually in family and community medicine, I have understood. Yes.
Right.
Professor Lena Dahlberg, very welcome to you from Dalarna University. Also working with the Aging Research Center at Karolinska Institutet in Stockholm. And Monsieur le Professeur Franck Bellivier from the Ministerial Delegate for Mental Health and Psychiatry in France. Yes, nice to see you all. And of course, Olivia Wicksell. Well, you know, time flies. We have to be very, very disciplined here, so we really use the time the best possible. And I would like to begin with Professor Pamela Quarter. Your area of expertise is children and young people's loneliness, and we have heard that loneliness is actually increasing among children as well, or at least it has been measured. I don't know if it has increased actually, but it is measured as well. Would you say, Pamela Quarter, that young ones are at greater risk to be lonely and maybe get mentally ill?
Okay, it's a really good question to start with. Karen before talked about the large flux in social relationships for older adults, and we have the same flux in social relationships for adolescents as well. So what we see is that they are changing social groups quite frequently. We find that they're trying to work out their own identity, so they're trying new things, working out which tribe, if you like, to use their terminology, they would like to belong to. So what we see is actually a peak in loneliness during adolescent years, as well as a peak during later old age. And it's because there are changes to those social relationships. So yes, loneliness is at a peak during that time, but most adolescents will actually overcome the experience. It's quite a natural, normal response to changes during that point in our life. The key for me is to look at people who might get stuck in loneliness, because it's people who feel loneliness over time, for quite a long time, who actually report influences on mental health problems such as anxiety and depression. So it's a peak during adolescence, but actually it's a normal response to social changes. But what we need to do is to focus on those young people who get stuck in loneliness and find ways to help them.
Okay, so young people are not especially in danger to get mentally ill, but you have to look at it very closely. And now I would like to ask Dr. Lena Dahlberg. Elderly people have, as we've heard, until recently been seen as maybe the most vulnerable group when it comes to loneliness. What about mental health issues linked to loneliness in the aging population?
Mm-hmm. We did a systematic review of research on risk factors for loneliness in old age, and we looked at longitudinal studies only. And what we found was that depression is one of the key risk factors. We actually found stunningly 120 different risk factors looked at, which is like, how can you even think them up? Most of them were at individual level rather than community level or macro level. The strong evidence was only in a few, though, because these 120 were spread over only 34 papers. So most of them were looked at in one paper or two papers. So the strong evidence, where it was also consistent evidence, was around being your marital status, and particularly being widowed and losing your partner. It was about self-rated health, naturally also social network and social activity. And then it was depression. But not only clinical depression, but also depressive symptoms.
So those two conditions are really closely linked?
They are, and as you've heard today as well, loneliness also leads to depression and lead to mental health problems. And I think that's a real key issue for research, to try to disentangle this relationship, because we know that depression increases the risk of loneliness, but loneliness also increases the risk of depression. And what does that bidirectional relationship look like?
Yeah, I would like to ask you, Dr. Yolanda Agra, how big of a problem do you think loneliness due to mental ill health is in your country, in Spain? Do you have any estimation?
Well, we have some kind of estimations coming from different studies, and we can say that according to a study promoted by a third sector, we have 13% of loneliness, 50%, 15% women, 12% men. And regarding population between 16 and 24, they said that they feel alone, a loneliness, 23%. Okay. So, but I would like to distinguish, I don't have the figures mixing up the mental health issues and loneliness, because for us it's very important to distinguish, and for all us also, between loneliness in healthy people and loneliness in mental health people with problems of mental health. Because for us it's a priority, the second one.
Yeah, okay. And what about you, Professor Bellivier? In France, you mainly have initiatives for, I think, older people until now. Yeah. And is there a way, do you think, to exactly what Yolanda Agra was saying, is it a way, do you think, to estimate how loneliness affects mental health versus physical health?
We have not conducted a general population survey specifically on isolation and loneliness. We have an ongoing survey in young people below the age of 18, targeting anxiety, depression, where different aspects of their way of life, including their feeling of isolation. But I don't have numbers at the moment. To target isolation and loneliness in the French roadmap for mental health and psychiatry, we mostly rely on the international literature. Because isolation is known as a risk factor for mental health problems. So, but definitely since 2018 we have a mental health and psychiatric roadmap, and most importantly we have a dedicated team to implement this roadmap, working with other sectors, and this roadmap targets isolation and loneliness as a key factor to prevent mental health problems.
Yeah. Okay, Olivia Wicksell, conversely, when you are looking, if we are talking about the impact of mental ill health on loneliness, on social connectivity, what is known about that? Are there any figures at all?
No, it's not quantified because loneliness is a complex problem, but its support for Sweden is also one dimension of our national strategy now for mental ill health that we are now developing to create inclusiveness in society and to promote health in different aspects. And for the health care services, I would say it's not super important to divide different health aspects, because you are now working much more with a person-centered approach, and there you have to weigh in both mental ill health, physical ill health, as well as existential health. So the healthcare services should address it all as one individual with one possibility to get a better health.
Yeah. I see, Professor Coulter, that you are nodding. Do you agree that those two conditions maybe even, they don't need to be separated?
I think depression and loneliness do need to be seen as separate. And yeah, the reason why I was nodding was I was remembering quite a lot of studies that show that depression does feed into, does predict. Depression in childhood does actually predict loneliness later on during adolescence and also in adulthood. So we have some of those longitudinal studies now. And I think for me, when we've got individuals who get stuck in loneliness, where we know it works the other way around, so that loneliness is feeding to predict depression and loneliness, actually being able to target both loneliness and depression, or loneliness and anxiety, through key mental health interventions should be effective actually for both. So I think we should see them as separate things, but I think the intervention actually potentially could be the same focus, or have the same focus.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I was thinking about what you told us, I don't know if it's you or your colleague, Karin Wiesel, about the initiatives that already are, ongoing, not only in Sweden, but in all parts of the world, I think. But it doesn't seem to be enough. And my question is to you, what do you think, what kind of tools are lacking here, or skills? Is it the competence of the personnel, or, I mean, you're going to look at it, you say, yeah, what do you think? Who wants to begin? Yeah, Dr. Yolanda Aguera.
Okay, as a family practitioner that I was before in my previous life.
Yeah, you said 5 minutes per client.
I wanted to say that according that you said here before, I think the primary care specialists have a main role identifying persons, no patients, persons that suffer loneliness. And probably they have enough skills, but they don't have yet enough standardized tools for identifications. And also, at least in my country, enough resources to transfer, to refer patients for a precise good prescription that we talk about. So I think that is my point of view.
Yeah, because what is going to happen if the doctor asks me, are you feeling lonely, etc., and I say, yes, I feel very lonely, it's going to, okay, what is going to happen to that form? Who is going to take care of me afterwards? Do you have some kind of this, of system? Yeah?
Well, I think if we talk about care, I think social care is key. I mean, I'm talking about older people now.
Yes.
But in Sweden, a minority of older people do get social care, even in high ages. And there's been a lot of cutbacks as well, so it's much more slimmed organization. And the risk with that is that there is a clear focus on physical needs. I mean, we don't want people to be malnutritioned or have bed ulcers, but you need to also have room to sit down and have a conversation with people to meet their social needs. And for that, you need also continuity in staff. You need enough staff with enough time, but also continuity and competence. But I mean, the continuity is very important, because if you feel lonely, to open up and talk to somebody about that, you don't do that if you have 20 different people coming in over the course of 2 weeks. And I think, yes, a minority gets social care, but it's also the most vulnerable who get social care.
So what about the tools? Is it time again, or is it, what are you suggesting? What does social service need? Is it guidelines, national new guidelines on how to...
Well, the National Board for Health and Welfare have just published some national guidelines here in Sweden.
Yeah.
But I think they need more tools in terms of also not just screening, but also assessing what type of loneliness do people suffer from. Because we haven't talked much about that, a little bit, but not much, that we have different forms of loneliness. And if you suffer from emotional loneliness or social loneliness, or for that matter, existential loneliness, interventions would look very different. And I think that might be a reason why so many intervention studies, we read review after review and we say the evidence is inconclusive, we don't know what has an effect. But quite often you don't differentiate between different types of loneliness in the interventions, and also mix it up with social isolation, which makes it even more complex.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I'm going a bit forward here, but I know also that you want us to look at this loneliness issue in a very cross-sectoral way. As you are talking emotional loneliness, maybe there is a need to have other kind of public transport that allows older people to get, on the buses or whatever. Are you looking at these kind of things, Monsieur Bellivier?
When looking at concrete actions, and just to provide you with some examples from France, I think it's very important to differentiate actions targeting the general population versus actions targeting specific populations. So some examples of actions targeting the general population. I think we in France have developed information campaign, put some effort in reinforcing prevention by acting on all factors.
Tell us about, you say campaign, national campaign.
Yes,
what does that look like?
To raise awareness about self-identification of symptoms or of suffering.
Okay, it's the okay.
It came soon after the COVID crisis, and to encourage people to seek help or to communicate about their feelings, because we have, as in many countries, important traits in anxiety symptoms, sleep problems, depressive symptoms, addiction, etc.
Did you have enough personnel on the other end, taking, you know, the calls or whatever?
Well, one of the actions that became very popular is the helplines, and we had general and specific helplines that became very popular, dedicated to students, to transgender population, for old people, for young people, etc. And so
you did.
So helplines is one of the aspect. We also promoted the mental health first aid program in all contexts, and this is to encourage people to communicate about their isolation, their bad feelings, etc.
Okay.
And also we put some emphasis on supporting the role of local stakeholders, because we think that fighting against isolation and loneliness is really key to mobilize local actors in the different sectors. So that's for the general population. But we also have some dedicated programs for specific population. For example, we have a program that rely on maintaining the contact with people with suicidal risk.
Okay.
And we demonstrated that.
And on which level is that? Is that government? I mean, from the social service? Okay.
And it's for the whole country. And we showed recently that maintaining contact with patients having attempted suicide reduce the risk of reattempt of more than 38%.
Yeah.
So it's really important to promote maintaining contact as a protective factor.
Of course. Okay, I'll stop you there because we have to continue a little bit. Sorry, I'm a little bit, tough like that. It's okay, I hope. Okay.
You're
anyway, I'm just saying what I would like also to ask you, because you said you have campaigns, etc. What do you think? Professor Qualter, about, I mean, there is a stigma, let's be frank, there is a stigma around loneliness, we know that. Nobody wants to be a burden. And here the French example was about, addressing those who actually felt lonely to seek some kind of help. What do you think about what can be done about the stigma to lift it, to reduce it?
I think national awareness programs are great for raising awareness. I also think, I ran the BBC Loneliness Experiment in the UK, and what we found there was that just talking about the experience was really helpful for reducing that stigma. People were able to come forward and talk about it more openly. What I would like to see are things being done in school to help young people manage the experiences and the negative emotions that come with loneliness, so that they can manage them there and then, but when we see that peak during adolescence, they've got the skills to be able to manage those. Going back to stigma, of course, what we find is that groups who are actually on the periphery of society, so marginalized groups who are stigmatized for all sorts of other reasons, actually report more loneliness. So they're almost like doubly stigmatized, if you like. You've got them experiencing stigma because of sexuality or ethnicity, but then on top of that, they've got the stigma of loneliness. So actually getting it out there and talking about it, and giving people the skills to manage it actually could be really effective.
Yeah, then we are back on the skills here, you have the word. I want to ask you, because when I talked to you in beforehand, you talked. Well, yeah, there is a lot to be learned. I think that you mentioned it as well. There is also a lot of the mistakes done are also something that we can learn of. I think you talked about that, Olivia Wicksell. Have you any examples? Because you in the UK have had a strategy against loneliness for a long time. What would you say? What can we learn?
Well, what I would say is, the big learning I think that our government has done is to realise the importance of speaking to academics and understanding the research. I think what was happening early on, particularly with interventions, was that they were focusing on people that they thought would experience loneliness, rather than looking at those who from research we know experience it. Sometimes it's not obvious at all. So I think the key learning that the UK government have done around their strategy is to bring us on board and get us to work with them on evidence gap review committees and so on, so that we're feeding into that dialogue and that narrative with them. I think that they've spent a lot of time going down paths that haven't necessarily led them in the direction that they wanted.
Well, of course, you are an academic, so I'm not astonished that you are promoting, your own. Yeah, but it's okay, it's good. Yeah, what do you think about that? Is that something that you have experienced as well? I mean, that it's really important well, of course, to involve the right groups that really add knowledge. Yes.
Well, absolutely. And only to clarify, I want to say that while the Ministry of Health is running a national strategy on mental health and a national plan on mental health with a budget of 100 million euros for 3 years. The Ministry of Social Rights is working in a national strategic framework on loneliness, working with the cross-sector, and we are going to participate in that. So that is for clarification. Regarding your question, we always work in collaboration with all the regions, because our health providers are in the regions, and also with the scientific societies, with patient associations, and experts from the academia. We cannot consider it to do any national strategy without the collaboration with these specific groups.
Yeah. Okay, Olivia Wicksell, you wanted to say
Yeah,
something.
I would just like to say that we could tick in the box here from the national level that, of course, we always want to work with academia and research. And as you heard your minister in his first presentation, he mentioned how important it is to have more knowledge and have a evidence-informed policy. So it's super important. But I think also the academia then has to perform all over the field. We have talked a lot about measuring and how big is this problem and how can we map it, to maybe also have a focus on what we are addressing here as interventions and how we can connect interventions to the actual problem. And intervention is often ongoing as small local projects in the municipalities and in the regions, and they have various big problems in the gathering evidence and doing the more structured way. So it's more of a best practice on not so solid ground, but more.
But how can you?
Yeah, you have to have more of a co-partnership between academia and municipalities in order to get those best practices evidence-based. And then you also have to scale up projects and to share experience to be able to scale up. So that not every 290 municipalities in Sweden will do different kind of twists of the problem.
Because one of the questions I have is, how can you know? Because this is a long-term intervention. It takes time to know if it works or not. So how are you going to find, I mean, isn't it, you have to act now instead of waiting 10 years for the academics to tell us that, oh no, this wasn't working. What do you think? How should you go about them?
No,
yeah.
No, in France, it's a general strategy. To answer your question, there are two aspects. One aspect is that each action in the French roadmap is associated with an indicator, and we measure the progress of each action every year, and so that's we set up this set of markers recently, so we will be able to follow up this. And the other aspect of the answer to your question is that we put a lot of efforts in organizing how people can share their experience from one region to another. And this is also because one of the reform that is currently implemented is the territorial organization of mental health. And so they create their own projects, and after 1, 2, 3 years, they are in the situation to share their positive and negative experience with others. That's very interesting. That's why I put some emphasis on local organization, because that's our priority now.
I think in research, as an academic, the incentive to collaborate is quite low for many. Because it's not anything you get any merits from. It's quite often something you don't really have time for either. I come from a research and development background, so I'm sort of completely grown up with that this is very important, and what's the point of my research if it's not used? So I tend to, have quite often get contacted by local authorities who want to start something, and can you just give me half an hour of your time and we discuss it, or I'm out presenting my research and try to have a dialogue. But I mean, and that is one way of sort of supporting, but it doesn't strengthen the evidence just doing that. So I think with initiatives like, for example, the ones from the National Board of Health and Welfare, when you launch different activities and so civil society organizations get money to do things, it needs to be followed by research and properly evaluated, and it needs to be resourced to do that. So it needs, in order to actually strengthen the evidence base.
Time flies, as usual, and I would like to put a last question to all of you. There is a lot to talk about, I know, but one of the questions I have is, what do you think? What knowledge is absolutely crucial when trying to find methods to reduce loneliness and strengthen mental health in an efficient way? And I don't know, whom should I ask first? Is there anybody that wants to answer? What is it?
Yeah,
Rena.
I can start.
Yes, please.
I think there are a few things. We need to know more about the causes of loneliness and causes of different types of loneliness as well. And also what we talked about earlier with the bidirectional relationship between risk factors and outcomes of loneliness, for example, depression. And that is very important if you want to both target interventions and also match it with the needs with the intervention. Regarding interventions, I think it's important not to just look at these sort of narrow loneliness designed interventions, but also an inclusive society. You need to be able to get to these places, or for that matter, visit your friend. You need to be able to get back and feel safe in doing that. I think another thing I would like to raise then is ageism or stereotypes. And I think all of us here are super engaged in this issue, and we want to show everybody how important it is. And the risk is that we inflate the numbers. So some figures presented include people who seldom or rarely experience loneliness. Is that a problem? I think, isn't that part of life? I mean, if I feel lonely one day and not the next, I feel sad, I feel angry, I feel upset. It's part of life. The problem is when you feel it often. We don't quite know where the threshold is when it has health consequences.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But by presenting this image of a lot of people feeling lonely all the time, the risk is that, for example, older people see it as part of normal aging, nothing to do anything about.
You will have a lot of to talk about on the lunch break, I think. Yeah. Okay.
Now, just to repeat what I just said, there are general strategies.
Yes.
But we shouldn't miss some specific strategies to specific population. For example, in France, we developed a specific program for farmers. And fighting isolation in farmers is not exactly the same strategy as fighting isolation in people in jail, for example, just to give caricatural examples.
Really
and so I think we have to go in the specificity of the symptoms we identify in specific populations. And so I think we will have to combine general strategies for the general population, but also tailored strategies for specific population. And there is also an issue. Isolated persons are difficult to reach.
Exactly. I was thinking about the hidden numbers, for example, that we don't know about. Yeah, that's another. We're going to talk about it. Olivia, it's your...
Yeah, knowledge on an aggregated level, knowledge, of course, of how to create an inclusive society. When it comes to the welfare systems, more knowledge is needed, obviously, on effective interventions. But then I would like to add, on the individual level, us as individuals,
yes,
what can we do to include, to build relations, to be dependent on each other? And there you maybe might add a behavioral science. How can we work more with nudging to create this forum for interaction so that we as individuals can actually be supported when we want to create new social connections? For example, fika, teams.
The Swedish.
There are lots of things in Sweden that we can use much more to nudge people to build bonds.
Will we see Swedish fika as one of the national guidelines
from the National Board of Health Welfare? Absolutely, if we can prove that it's evidence-based or knowledge-based in some way.
Yolanda Agra?
I want to say that for policymakers, it's very necessary to have research and to have effective measures and effective solutions, evidence-based. That is very important, political level and also local level and micro level for professionals. If we want that the professionals be involved in the identification of patients and also in prescribing the better treatment or social treatment, we have to give them evidence-based solutions.
Yeah. We didn't talk about Barcelona that has its own municipality loneliness strategy that seems very interesting.
Not only Barcelona.
Not only Barcelona, I know. I mean, there is a lot on a lot of space. I would like to end by asking you, Professor Coulter, what do you think is absolutely crucial to have to know, since you are promoting research, I guess, in some way? What knowledge should...
I would be. I think we do need to, and lots of people have said this already today, but we need to focus on understanding the predictors of loneliness so that we can target the appropriate things for intervention. And I think we have to do that, not just by collecting lots of data in these qualitative studies, but actually sitting down and talking to people who have experienced loneliness and have got stuck in that experience. And I suspect that from that work, we won't just be thinking about big intervention work. We probably are going to be talking about, those very simple things, the loose ties that we have in society, the conversations at the train station or when you're dog walking. Those small things actually can make a difference.
The smile
So I love that notion of nudging.
Yeah. But still, there is one question we just nudged it. Actually, it's about those that are invisible in society that maybe should need the support the most. How can we find them? You have 24 seconds to answer this question.
Me?
I'm kidding.
Well, I would say that because I work with children and adolescents,
yes,
we do target them.
You do target.
We do have access.
Okay.
And maybe the others can answer better.
No, they won't. They won't have the time. Thank you anyway. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Coulter, for being with us. Thank you, the panel. Dr. Yolanda Agra and Monsieur Bevillier, you will be back later on this afternoon. And you are free to go. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have now some, roundtable discussion. I was actually promising you that you are all about or invited to participate in a few roundtable discussion during this day, because you surely have ideas and propositions on how to address challenges on loneliness, for example. First, before lunch, you are asked to give a quick individual response to another Mentimeter question, like you did this morning. So here you have the Mentimeter code, etc., the QR code and the enter code. And the question asked is, what actor or actors you believe have the ability to combat loneliness most efficiently? It can be, NGOs, religious organizations, sports organizations, etc. So please answer this with the Mentimeter, with your mobiles, and those who are watching are of course also welcome to answer. And then, when you have answered this question, please, we will get to the results in a moment. But then, when you have answered, please motivate your choice or choices by discussing with each other. Okay? So please discuss why you would like to, what are the advantages or disadvantages of one actor or another. And you will have about, what time is it? Oh, just a few minutes to discuss this before we will actually ask a few of you to maybe tell us how the discussion went. So please talk, don't be silent, please talk to each other. So I know it's really a short time for you to discuss this very big question, but I would like to, ask a few of you, different tables maybe. For example, I see that schools is one of the answer as one of the actors that is actually chosen. So which table did choose, have the choice of schools? Nobody? Oh. You? Okay, but you know what? You are speakers. I would like to hear other persons. I love you, but I need to hear somebody. So please, just Olle, for example, if you go to one of the table on the back and just, I would like to know what did you, if you had the time to discuss, what did you find out? What did you ta bara? Just ask somebody. Somebody is going to talk to you anyway.
Hi, everyone.
Never leave the
Hello?
Microphone. Don't you remember, Olle?
Great. So I'm Eddie Garcia with the Global Initiative on Loneliness and Connection and the Foundation for Social Connection.
Yeah.
And our group talked about how all stakeholders listed here play a vital role as long as they're targeted to the needs of the population that they're serving. So different groups or different organizations will have a different purpose.
Okay. Yes, that wasn't that hard, was it? So, oh yes, here we have some. Look at the lady in white.
The lady in white.
Never give away the microphone, don't you remember?
Hello, my name is Dragana Tsurovic and I'm from Helsingborgshem, a housing company in the south of Sweden. On our besides our table, we have discussed the importance of family. Because we couldn't see it here, although we think that everybody is important. But the family is the one who knows persons most.
Not all of us have the possibility to have a family.
No, but a lot of us has family, although they are not nearby and they have not the possibility to be with us. They know us best and they can lift up the problem. Because as somebody at the table said, it's the lack of emotional support that is the biggest problem, not isolation.
May I add friends as well? Okay. All right. Yeah, somebody in the back. There are a lot of, yeah. Okay, there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Christoph Angster. I'm from the Federal Ministry of Austria for Social Affairs and Health. And my response was volunteering organizations. Our approach is that we try to reach out to the civil society through voluntary organizations because, first of all, they're very well connected and they have resources and capacities to kind of interact with people that first maybe are experiencing loneliness or that have already expertise in tackling loneliness or social isolation in particular. So we heard today already that there's a very important distinction about loneliness and social isolation, and we're trying to use the first one, social isolation, which is in many cases the trigger for loneliness, to kind of reach out to civil society and the people that are active within the volunteering policies.
Interesting. Did you have all that time to discuss all this in 3 minutes? That's fantastic. Okay.
I think 3% of it.
Thank you. Okay, somebody else in the back. Just one more answer, please.
Okay, hi. I'm here.
Where are you?
Hello.
Oh,
from the
same table. Okay.
We haven't had the chance to discuss this, but I'm from Portugal. I work in the Ministry of Health, and I know some experiences in some districts where there is a mediator, somebody who knows everybody in the building, you know, who can identify somebody who is living alone and can then refer to existing activities and so on. So I think
is that on a municipal
it's really
level?
Local in the district level, so local level. I think it's something that can be scaled up.
Great, that was another option. Very nice. Thank you. You are a wonderful audience, I think. You have patience and you will now be rewarded with lunch, actually, I hope. But before we head out for lunch, I want to thank our distinguished guest. His Royal Highness Prince Daniel, for being here this morning. Thank you so much. So please stand up, everybody, for His Royal Highness to exit the room. Okay, and now, believe it or not, you can go for lunch. I hope you are hungry. The lunch will be served, I don't know, is it on the left, on the right? I don't know, just try to find your lunch. And thank you, everybody, for your participation so far. Bon appétit and welcome back. At 1 o'clock, we start exactly at 1. Bye-bye. Welcome back to this high-level meeting on loneliness. The title of our next session is Learnings from National Strategies on Loneliness. Policymakers, politicians, and other experts are about to give us their view on that matter. Do we need such strategies? If so, should they look alike? And what can we learn from other countries? For example, the UK, that was path-breaking by introducing its strategy about 5 years ago. And Under-Secretary of State for Sport, Gambling and Civil Society, Mr. Stuart Andrew, was supposed to send us a recorded message, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to. Nevertheless, we are very, very happy to welcome Mr. Paul Cann here. You have been well known for a long time now in the voluntary sector in the UK, and you've even been awarded of a OBE. That means Officer of the British Empire. Congratulations, Paul, Mr. Cann. Certainly worth, yes. You are also co-founder of the campaign to end loneliness in the UK and UK CEO of the Global Initiative on Loneliness and Connection. And you will give us some comments about your work, of course, and maybe even what actually UK has been doing. I know you have been in contact with the Ministry of Sir Andrew, I think.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Hey, that is the limit of my Swedish conversation, I'm afraid. Minister, and distinguished colleagues and friends, I want to start by thanking and congratulating the Swedish government on this initiative and for the energy and openness of your approach. And I have to say, listening both last night and today to this range of distinguished colleagues, I do feel very humbled. And I developed this thing of feeling an imposter. I don't know if that is a thing that you identify with ever, and imposter syndrome. And I remember I was very struck by this because back in the day when I used to work for an older people's charity in London, and I would every week stay overnight at a club which was visited by visiting academics, senior academic figures and senior figures generally, who would stay at this club, and I got to stay there once a week. And the first time I went, they said, good evening, Professor Cann. It's very good to see you. And I said, I'm not a professor. I'm not a doctor. I'm just Mr. Cann. And I came back the next week to stay the night there, and they said, hello again, Professor Cann. It's so good to see you. I said, nope, I'm not a professor. I'm not a doctor. I'm just Mr. Cann. And I went back the third week, and they said, good evening, Professor Cann. And I said, yep, that's me, because I enjoyed the elevation. So, imposter syndrome, but thank you for having me. For the last 20 years, there has been a voice at the back of my head all the time from an older woman who said to me once, Paul, the days are very, very long when the walls are the same. The days are long when the walls are the same. And it's that emptiness and aching that I think drives the campaign to end loneliness and all initiatives in that field. Whether those walls are literal or metaphorical, the days are very long when the walls are the same. So the big theme today for me is loneliness is everybody's business. If we are to help everybody see that this is not only a private misery, but also a major public policy and costly challenge, then all parts of government have to take part, including outside health and care, transport, housing, culture, and all parts of society at all levels need to be part of this. It's everybody's business. And we need to make sure we gather hard evidence that can't be dismissed, evidence that is rigorous and persuasive. And we need champions who stick to it, who keep faith with that issue of loneliness. Because we know that busy politicians, busy public figures have a very busy life, and the temptation is that we move on. We think that we have done a policy, we have launched it, and then we can move on. And we have to keep faith with that. And I thought last night, what a brilliant piece of symbolism we had in the Vasa Museum, with that wonderful, impressive, majestic warship, which was created and then disappeared. And isn't that a wonderful metaphor for how policy can disappear? So I want to just say something about the campaign very briefly. And we've moved over a period of time, I would like to think, from a campaign to much more of a movement. We've gathered the evidence, we've built awareness, we've persuaded and cajoled, and we've galvanized many, many different agencies and many different figures. And now I would say in the UK that there is a movement, there is widespread participation, there has been a lot of funding injected into activities to reduce loneliness and to take action. And we definitely made progress. But the most important word on that slide is but. And we have had to always tell the story very publicly. And along the way, this journey that started back in the 2000s, we had one of our great, great champions, who we were so lucky to have, Jo Cox, MP, that she championed the issue of loneliness. She helped us raise awareness, and she stood up in Parliament and campaigned. And then we had such tragic bad luck, and it was a devastating tragedy for her and her family when she was murdered. The silver lining from that, I think, was what came out of Jo's legacy. And I went to number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister lives, and the Prime Minister gave a talk about the report of the Jo Cox Commission on Loneliness, in which she, to this group of people smartly dressed in this posh room, chandeliers, everything, we had Jo Cox's small children crawling around on the floor. And the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, said to those children, "We will not forget the legacy of your mother." And so that was a great gift, and it led to the loneliness strategy. It's always very irritating, isn't it, when you see a PowerPoint presentation and somebody says, "I know you can't read all the words on that slide," which I'm now doing. But if I tell you that our strategy, of which I am very proud in the English government, has 60 different interconnected commitments, perhaps you should count yourselves lucky that it's only those words on the slide. But they are all different initiatives, and the one I wanted to highlight is that of social prescribing. The idea of responding to people as people and tuning into their individual motivations. Social prescribing, I think, has huge potential, and I know we're all looking at it or doing it, but there has been so much that we haven't done, and just a few things that we have not made progress in doing. Young people were not initially part of the way we approached it because we came from older people's charities. We didn't necessarily look at all the different ways in which loneliness manifests itself, different ages and different stages, and we have to respond to that. We didn't get business involved right from the start. We have involved businesses and enterprises, but perhaps too sporadically. And above all, perhaps there's been a constant challenge to gather evidence that will count, that cannot be dismissed. And therefore, we have a lot of work to do, and I'm not for a minute complacent. And the biggest word on this slide is but. There's so much more to do. So to conclude, what I would say is, in terms of that question, well, what works in reducing loneliness? I would say there are as many answers as there are human beings. And what we always have to do is find ways of tuning into individual motivations, worries, hopes, and responding to those. And enabling there to be a variety of things that are on offer. So it might be a choir, it might be the ability to talk to somebody on the phone, it might be a running club. I was telling the Crown Prince Daniel about the Good Gym initiative in the UK and elsewhere, which is a running club which does good works while people are out running. But that won't happen, and it won't work to the fullest extent unless we treat this whole thing as a system, an interconnected system in which the transport works, you can access the technology, you have the confidence to step outside your house, your streets are friendly, your neighborhood is friendly. Unless you can put all those bits of the jigsaw together, we will fall short. So my plea at the end of this is, please, we have here, don't we, a community and a senior community for learning. A community that is about learning and the travel into practice. Please, let's hold that together. One big way in which we can hold it together is through the global initiative on loneliness and connection, which I'm very happy and honoured to be leading. And through that, I think we can move forward, sharing and learning and acting. Because concluding with the words of Jo Cox herself in another context, we do have so much more in common than that which divides us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I would like to call you Professor Can anyway. Is that welcome. Okay? If it doesn't disturb you. I've been lying to you. I said that you were supposed to be in the panel, but you may actually step down. Because you are two persons here today. You are the minister and you are the professor as well. Okay, thank you so much for giving this interesting lecture and your experience. Thank you so much. Yeah. So now I would like to ask the panelists that are supposed to come up on the stage to do so. I think you know who you are, because we are continuing to talk about national strategies, the need of them, how do they need to look like, etc., etc. And I'm so glad we have all of you here live. Yes, nobody is actually digitally present. You are here live. Very much alive, and I would like to welcome Ms. Taru Koivisto, Deputy Director General at the Department for Communities at the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health in Finland. Then we have actually Dr. Herlind. Sorry.
No
Herlind Meges, Senior Advisor at the Federal Ministry, now comes a very long word, a long sentence. Ministry for Family Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women and Youth in Germany. It's everybody, I think.
Yeah. Society.
Yeah. Your boss should have been here, Director General Dr. Andreas Schulze, aber er konnte nicht kommen. He couldn't come, so we are very glad that you are here.
Thanks.
And then we have Miss Marje Rolofs.
Yes.
Yes.
That's me.
Director of Social Support at the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sports in the Netherlands. Yes, you have had a strategy for, in 4 years, 5 years?
Well, since 2018.
Yeah. And then we have Dr. Christopher Micton, Scientific and Technical Lead on the topic of loneliness and social connection. Officer for the Division of Healthier Population at the WHO. I'm sorry, you all have so long titles, you know. Half of the time is consumed by this. And then you have, of course, Dr. Karin Teringmark Wisell, back again, Director General for the Public Health Agency of Sweden. Very nice to have you here all. I would like to start with the Netherlands, if I may say so. Yes, you have had this loneliness strategy a couple of years. At the start, you were focusing on elderly, and then you have changed completely, not maybe completely, but you have included young ones, children as well. How come?
We started the strategy before, and the main focus was aimed at 75 plus, because we saw the aging population and severe loneliness being problematic in that age group. So that was the main start. But then, and the policy approach, which I will tell a little bit later probably, the essence of the policy approach is that it's been built on local networks and local initiatives. And from the local initiatives during Corona, we got a lot of signs saying there's a huge problem among youngsters concerning loneliness, and it was already present, but it was fueled by Corona. So then we said when it came from our local initiatives, then we have to act upon it. In 2022, we got the second program, and now it's more targeted at everyone that has a special vulnerability concerning loneliness. So also low economic social status and people with poor health.
I have to ask you, what has changed since you have introduced this strategy? Have something changed in your country?
Yeah. Many things, but it's always hard to really put your finger on it. One of the things that changed is that we looked into the data during Corona, and we saw that while all age groups and different groups loneliness increased severely, among the age group 75 plus, it was more or less stable. So that's one of the things that, of course, I cannot say it's a causal relationship, but it's one of the things that happened. But most importantly for us, there are strong local networks in 75% of our municipalities that combat loneliness. And for us, and that's what I really want to emphasize, given the prior speeches, loneliness is a societal problem.
Yes.
So it's important not only for healthcare professionals, but for the local bank, the local supermarkets to step in, for the hairdressers.
Yeah, but what has changed?
And those local networks are now in place, and they all work together to combat loneliness.
All right, that's good. I would like to ask you, Ms. Taru Koivisto, you don't have a loneliness strategy in Finland. You don't even have a government. Okay, that was something.
That's true.
Sorry.
That's true.
No, yeah, that's true. But why? How come that because you are concentrating on mental ill health, I think, or mental health rather than loneliness?
Yes, that's true. Mental health, and especially promotion of mental health, has been one of the priorities for Finland for a very, very long time. And therefore, we have prepared a national strategy on mental health. And we have also some other strategies which include the loneliness aspect. So for us, it's more a question of having this aspect or perspective approach included in different activities so that it's not separate. But of course, strategy is needed. So it's very important to have national level common views, common objectives. So I want to mention not only mental health strategy, but also we have a national aging strategy, which includes also this aspect, which covers the whole society, not just the care of the elderly, but the whole. We are all aging, and the society have to take this into account. And we have a separate national level child strategy, which tries to create child, youth, and family-friendly society. And all these strategies, as I said, include also the perspective on loneliness, how to tackle that. And
so could I find the word loneliness in your...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And also we have prepared action plans, implementation together. So that's something which I think is essential there. So, and if I may continue, for us, we find these national level strategies very important. But in addition, we find it also important to have strategic lines for the EU level and also global level. And therefore, we have really welcomed the initiative for EU on mental health, and we have prepared a non-paper on that. So trying to promote also that level
that's
activities.
Good. That's very good. And you actually are helping me with my next question that goes to Christopher. Dr. Christopher Micton, seen from a global aspect, do you think that every country should have their own strategies? Is it necessary?
And we can't decide what countries should do.
No, I know.
But probably yes. I mean, having a national strategy will increase the prominence of this issue. Probably more resources will flow to it. And probably more will get done if a country has a national strategy. It probably depends on the strategy, depends on who's involved, how well resourced it is. But on the face of it, probably yes.
Yeah, and does it matter if it's included, if loneliness and the social connectivity is included in a mental health strategy? Do you think? You don't know?
It's hard. It's case by case. But I imagine if it's included in mental health strategy, and it's not only limited to mental health, because we know loneliness has all kinds of other impacts, then it might be sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's probably a good idea to keep in mind, as we learned this morning, that it has far more impacts than just mental health. Physical health, educational outcomes, economic outcomes, governance in society, prosperity, safety, etc. And a mental health strategy may not be able to address all those other aspects of loneliness.
Yeah, okay. Now I would like to ask you, Dr. Meges, in Germany you have drafted a strategy, I know. I've kind of read it a little bit. And I know it isn't implemented yet. Yes. What are you aiming at in your strategy? What is the most important?
Yes, thanks for the questions. We started actually last year, where Federal Minister Paus started the elaboration process of the strategy to counter loneliness of the federal government. And as you said, we have this draft, this discussion paper, and we currently discuss it with civil society actors. We have a broad network there. We rely on them, and it is of utmost importance to have them. And there are also lots of small initiatives, associations, and they all contribute with their ideas and experiences to the strategy, also the academic network also, and this is important. And we already can name 5 goals, I can say. Okay. Yes, in short, but it is something we heard during the whole meeting already. It is raise awareness. This is so important, of course. To get loneliness out of the taboo is important, to talk about it. We heard it already. And second, of course, to strengthen science and to close knowledge gaps, to know what works. We heard it, and know the causes of loneliness, what also a very important point. It's also important to us. And then strengthen practice. Strengthen also people who work with people who feel lonely, like the social workers and all of them. And we want to act across sectors. This is very important to us, to do justice to the complexity of the topic of loneliness. So we have to act across sectors. So this is really important. And this is why we are also going with the strategy to the other federal ministries. And we'll bring it all together, hopefully. Yeah. And lastly, of course, we want to support people who are affected. And we want to have more services, or the right services, the interventions we need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when do you think
that is a big plan, actually?
It's a very big
5 goals.
And when do you think you are going to implement it?
Yes,
I'm just curious.
We will discuss it now, as I said, with the federal ministries. But we think at the end of the year, or maybe a little bit earlier, that would be great. And yes, but we already in this framework we already started some. Some.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of words and sentences that are repeated.
Yes,
and it's okay. It's not. It's just. I'm just noticing it, and yes, and so I have to ask you, from the Swedish perspective, since we are talking about cross-sectoral. What do you think? What will be the challenges here when you are trying to find a strategy for Sweden? Because everybody's, and I think you were talking about cross-sector as well this morning.
Yes, like with the public health framework that we have in Sweden, we recognize that the determinants of health are in all of society, so we need to approach all of society. And like with public health, I mean, the solution is that all of society will be part of the solution. It also can make the issue less clear and also overwhelming. Okay. So that could be one challenge, but I rather see it as a solution that we need to join efforts. And now that we are going to put forward a content of a strategy, it will, even though we are behind you, because you have a strategy and you're going to start with the implementation, just by raising awareness, as has been discussed here, is part of the implementation already there, to raise awareness, to synchronize different organizations, authorities, academia, people working with this issue by joining forces. What will the goals be? What will be the different readouts that we will look at? What will we measure? Already at that point, we are really putting forces into this issue in this matter. And the political support is, of course, foremost important.
Yes. And I would like to ask actually, all of you, those of you who want to answer this, what should be the objectives in a national strategy? Yes?
One is that objectives are common for all sectors, all the players. So that's the experience from Finland. We don't have a separate loneliness strategy, but all these strategies which I mentioned have been prepared with all the ministries. So we have planned them together, we have implemented them for years together, and the government is adopting this, or has been adopting this. So then it's easier to work, to have practical results and also regional and local level implementing this, so that these are not in silos, but we are working together towards the same objectives. That's something which, and as I said, the loneliness is one part of these bigger strategies. But as you said, we don't have government just now, but we are really trusting on the next government to take this into account. The previous government has started this work for years, and now there are good results, and now it's easy to continue on that basis. So to have a very broad approach to work together and find the partners, and not just the ministries, but also private sector, NGOs, civil society, etc.
So cross-sector, yes, Mr. Mitte, cross-sectoral, and maybe, yeah.
And long-term activities, long-term objectives.
I was actually going to add a sustainable strategy that, you know, that, you want to...
I was going to say two things. One is that the objective in a way is very simple, and we shouldn't lose sight of this. It's to reduce the negative impact of loneliness, right? That's kind of obvious. Yes. How to do it is not so obvious. Yes, cross-sectoral, but I think another component that's really centrally important is that it's science-based.
Okay.
We know that so many interventions, and some estimations up to 80% of social interventions actually don't work. They're a waste of time and money.
Really?
Yeah, it depends. That figure, you know, some say 50, 60, but many, and it doesn't really matter. We know that many interventions actually don't work. So it's important that when we develop policies, we make sure they include interventions that have been shown to work. And we actually know quite a bit about what works now.
Okay.
This morning, we kind of got the impression that we didn't know, I think, sometimes.
So
and we don't...
fixed it during lunch.
Yeah. Maybe we don't know exactly what works, but we have some idea. We've just been mapping all the different interventions that have been evaluated around the world, and we found 500 different interventions that have been evaluated.
Okay.
There have been 200 systematic reviews. You know, that's when they bring all the different
Yes.
studies together to draw conclusions. So these can offer us some guidance. And most of these have been published in the last 5 years, many since the pandemic. So there's really been an explosion of evaluations of interventions, and this evidence can guide policy. And it's really important that we be guided by the science.
But who is actually in charge of, you know, checking that the intervention used actually are, yeah, you know, as you say, evidence-based? Yeah, okay, I'll just let somebody else, yeah.
Well, for us, it's also one of the main spear points as a national government to facilitate local practice. So we have a huge research facility that we finance. They have a database, and all the initiatives that are developed locally are being tested and help to fuel the knowledge base. And they have advisors that can help support local policy making when they are making new plans to see what type of interventions are you able to use, and how can you scale them up if you have first results that they are useful in some respects.
Mm-hmm. And did you want to answer to that?
Yes, because it's so important. Only one short notice that that we share all these experiences, of course, and this is perfect, like a platform like this, or on the EU level. Of course, there is also a platform.
WHO as well.
Yes, exactly. And we have to remember there is no one solution fits all. This is so important because loneliness has so many faces, and this is why we need to figure out the best practices and learn from each other. But the database thing is difficult, as you said. So this is yeah.
Okay, first, Dr. Micton.
Just briefly. Some countries have established, I know the UK has, what works centers. There's what works to reduce loneliness. And they try to bring together all the evidence that's relevant to the UK and make it available. What we've been doing at WHO, we've been mapping all the evidence. And we've developed what we call evidence and gap maps. One of them is already available online. And then we intend to develop what we call guidelines. This synthesizes all the evidence, derives simple recommendations about what to do, mainly for ministries of health, but for other sectors as well. And we're in the process of doing that, very beginning of the process. But that's...
Are you targeting different groups? I mean, evidence-based intervention for different groups as well? Yeah.
Yes,
So
all
it's really
interventions for all groups in this area.
So what, is it a red flag if something isn't working so well? And the
I see, you mean within the database. Yes, well, yeah, in our guidelines, we identify those interventions that are best supported by evidence, and then we recommend them. And yes, we also, those that aren't recommended should not be implemented, basically.
Okay.
We don't really say, you know, this one's bad, don't use it.
Ms. Koivisto?
During this day, the EU initiative on mental health have been mentioned several times, and I think it's not wise for every country to try to find the solution, but to share experiences. So we are looking forward to the activities of EU initiative together with WHO and OECD, so that this can provide member states good examples and opportunity to share experiences. So that's,
yes. How do these different organizations, NGOs, and so how do they communicate? So you know, so you don't have to invent the wheel every time. I mean, if the EU will I don't know. Will there be an EU database? Will there be a WHO database? Commission, you said.
We have regular meetings with the Joint Research Center of the EU.
Okay, you
met
work
with
together.
the OECD, etc. That doesn't necessarily mean that we won't have separate databases, unfortunately.
With different recommendations? Or will it?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Okay.
Hopefully not. We'll try to be consistent.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good for us.
Yeah.
For Sweden being at this stage, it is of course very important to learn from the experiences from our neighboring countries and from the WH database and the research that is being compiled together and what conclusions that can be drawn. But I think we all need to realize that it has to be contextualized, and we have different structures and also different cultures. Although we are a global society, in Sweden we have about 20% of our population that are either foreign-born or their parents are foreign-born. So we learn a lot from each other, and also by cultural understandings and behavioral understandings and insights. So I think we can learn a lot from each other, and we need to learn also when it's not working so well. There were examples given about the Vasa ship, but then we need to take it back to see, okay, can we see how this will work in Sweden? Are the systems the same? Do we have differences in culture, behaviors, etc.? And then we can have a faster way forward. But we need to make our own judgments and our own conclusions.
Yeah, in the session before lunch, we were talking about actually mistakes, what can be learned about from the mistakes. And I know that you, Ms. Koivisto, you have told me that, yeah, we have to learn from the mistakes made. Can you share something that you recommend us to avoid?
Concerning the loneliness, I'm not quite sure if I have an example, but of course we all have done some mistakes. And usually it's not the civil servants who have decided, it's the politicians. I have to say, sorry. But for example, in the beginning of the 90s, we had an economic, very difficult situation. At that time, very many, the preventive services for young people and children were cut down. And we can see that now, very strongly. There are the certain generations, we have more problems than the previous ones. That's one example. There are some others, but of course it's very good to have an opportunity to share the experiences, not just good examples, but also learn from each other, so that we don't make the same mistakes as some others have already done.
Yeah, you want to say something?
Yes, I think one point is that we, which also comes from the civil society actors and everything, that we have to talk more with the people who are affected. Participation is so important, and this is where we can get better, I think, because we did not do it so much in the past.
That was what Professor Coulter was saying.
Yes,
to
talk with
them.
And
are you trying to do that now?
Yes, we are trying. We're doing it with the Loneliness Network. We fund them, and they have like a group with people they are talking with together who felt lonely in the past or currently feel lonely, and we're talking with them and what does it happen. It's important to do it.
That's important. And what in the Netherlands?
One thing to add for us was also that there was in the beginning there wasn't really felt as a policy topic, because this was on society. We shifted in this is a policy topic, and we have to, of course, a facilitating role, but there's a role for government here. And then if we do step in, it's quite often that we focus on public partners. And if I look at the approach in Holland, a huge impact is made by companies and by small-scale self-employment. So to widen up and look more in public-private cooperations on tackling this has been a huge success in Holland.
Yeah, and the need of involving academia. You were happy about telling that. Because it's something that we often forget, but we were reminded in the session before. What do you think? We have the private sector, of course, we have academia. How can they be involved even more here? Do you have any ideas?
I think they have many useful roles to play when it comes to evaluating interventions, when it comes to developing better measures for the different aspects of social connection. I think they have really many important roles to play. The challenge is how to incentivize them to actually focus on the problems the policymakers are interested in. Because the incentive structures, I think, in academia often don't coincide with what the policymakers want to be doing.
Yes. There is one question that I really wanted to ask you. I mean, I'm thinking about what's going on in the world right now and the rising living costs, etc. How can you make something sustainable? Because how will we have the energy left, to fight loneliness? I mean, on all levels now, when people are actually struggling, maybe to have food on the table, more or less, or other things are more important. How can we, make sure? How can policymakers really continue this work so it won't be forgotten? That loneliness is something really important because there can be high costs, as you pointed out this morning, for health, the health sector.
Yes, I think you need to look at it as an investment and to show that there are incentives, and that has also been mentioned earlier this morning, that there are incentives for so many different parts in society and different actors in society, that if we do this together in an all-of-society approach, then we can gain not only for the aspects where we are looking at the loneliness as such, but also for when it comes to school children, when it comes to the learning abilities and the abilities to fulfill the school curricula. We will have effects on many different areas, criminality, different aspects that really we will be winners in many different sectors. And I think those incentives needs to be put forward, that we need to do this together, but we will also have efforts coming out of it that we can have joint goods out of.
Yes.
Yes, one issue which could have an influence about the future is if we have a good database, good data on situation, so it's easier to take into account what are the impacts of different kind of decisions on well-being and health of people and loneliness as well. But we need data there, and we need to use this impact assessment so that there are different options always to choose between. And if we think what are the impacts on different population groups, or how long this perhaps it takes, so then we can make perhaps more wise decisions, or politicians can make more wise decisions. So I think that's something which we can do, and that's something which mental health impact assessment is one of the methods is now developed together with OECD and WHO, and so that's an EU. So it's also something which could support us.
Yes, Matje?
It often doesn't cost that much to invest in it, especially not if you compare to what it's
going to cost in the end.
It's not that much. And often also the benefits are in fields that you totally don't expect them to be. For instance, we have mailmen that are now locally signaling loneliness among people. They're trained once. And then they are apparently through our pilots, we saw that they were really good at signaling loneliness, like severe loneliness, that there was interference necessary from a local government. And they reported that the mailmen were more satisfied after a day of work because they had the feeling that without only delivering mail, they also helped someone. Yeah. So, and that helped the companies, which find it really hard to keep the low-end staff because there's a shortage in the labor market, and it helped them to maintain their employees.
Yes.
So it's often also has a beneficiary side that you don't know before you start the intervention.
That's really interesting, yes. Yeah. It's time to put my last questions to you all. And it's again a little bit what we have been talking about. Of course, it's what you think should be the main objectives in a sustainable loneliness strategy to increase social connectivity or social connections. And I've heard you, Dr. Micton, say, but you can repeat it. But maybe I'll start with you, Ms. Koivisto.
Actually, I started with this cross-sectoral approach. I think that's something which is essential. National level, we have to work with all the ministries. So because loneliness and mental health, these are issues which are not just healthcare or social services. These are the whole society issue, and possibility to influence the situation is on the hands of all ministries, all sectors, but also the benefits is also for all the sectors.
Yes.
And then also take the NGOs, private sector, all the actors. So it's good for all.
It's good for all, but you know...
and have a long-term objective also.
Yeah, but I've been, I don't know, it's a little bit bold to say I've been in this business for a long time, and I mean it really, that I've heard this, we work in silos, we work in silos.
Yeah.
I don't know for how many years, and everybody is talking about we have to work cross-sectorial. So I still want to ask how much of a challenge is it actually, since a lot of people, a lot of organizations still work in silos. Yes?
Yeah, I think it's obvious that loneliness has to be addressed cross-sectorally.
Yes.
But the issue of silos is an important one, because most departments, most ministries, most different sectors are very much siloed, and there are big transaction costs to trying to get them to work together. So I think this has to be borne in mind, and maybe it's best to focus on a few key sectors that are most relevant to loneliness and not be overly ambitious, I think.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah. And when it comes to kind of other key aspects or components of the strategy, I think it has to be tailored to different age groups and to different populations. Okay. Loneliness among older people is very different from loneliness among younger people, among school children, etc. So that really also has to be borne in mind. And one other thing is the extent to which you want to focus on prevention, like early intervention, which may only actually have an effect 20 years later, and what extent you want to focus on addressing people who are currently lonely. And how do you allocate resources to these different types of prevention?
Okay.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, yes, I think that also to work on this topic was long overdue. So, and we already heard about this momentum. When we put it so high on the agenda, then it raises, of course, public awareness, and this is so important. So we can do with this little key to raise it so high, to do lots, to talk about it, we can do already a lot, I think. And it is inherently connected to the question of social cohesion, and that makes it so important. We heard it many times today. And it's also about social and democratic participation, because when loneliness affects mental and social capacities, and when people, the longer they feel lonely, they start to living in their own worlds, and they do not participate anymore in public life, and this makes it so important, and yeah, this is why we are working on it.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. And then we have, yes.
I'm way more optimistic, I guess, because I see the energy that's in our local initiatives and the local approaches. There are no silos. People have full of energy, making a difference for other people in their neighborhood nearby. So I'm way more hopeful, I guess, than because if you go in the local area, you don't see the silos that much as on a national level or on a higher level.
That's maybe because you have been working with a strategy for a longer time.
Yeah,
who knows? Let's hope. And what are you going to propose?
Yes, talking about sustainability.
Yeah.
Now we're going to put forward a national strategy that will keep the issue on the agenda and also on the political agenda. I think it is important to set a goal that we will come back to and measure against, and that is a way to keep it on the agenda, to come back and say this is the aim we're going to, these are the goals we have. And many need to do little.
Can you say something about the goals, just to give a
because
hint?
we just got the assignment, so we don't have the goals
yet. No,
yet.
but
so
is it going to be we have to reduce loneliness with X percent?
No, I cannot give you that at the moment.
No,
but to look at the sustainability,
is that one of the things?
To have measurements to see how we are proceeding, and then to learn what are the causes, so we know where to direct the action. So we need to have a broad way of looking at it, to have the local communities, like we're giving examples, that many could do a little and then we will have large effects. But then we also need to direct interventions where we know that there are causes, it's difficult to reach some groups. And like with all public health work, we need to work with universal proportionalism, that we have universal actions, but then also actions that are proportionally guided where we see that the problems are the largest. So we look forward to work with this strategy, and we'll come back to the goals and the objectives.
Yes, very nice. Okay, thank you so much for participating in this session, in this panel as well, and sharing all your experience and your hopes and your wise advices. I wish you good luck with your work ahead. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you.
Yes, and now we're going to continue. It is said in the program, roundtable discussions. Before you will have your roundtable discussion, we have invited 2 inspirational speakers, both addressing different angles of social connections and loneliness. And I will introduce the first one. Virtually with us, Michelle Lim. Welcome to Stockholm. Your work has taken you to a conference in Grenoble, France. We are glad that you can join us despite the distance. You hear me?
Thank you for.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
I want to say that you are an associate professor, CEO also of Ending Loneliness Together, which is a national Australian network of universities and industrial partners. And you're also the co-founder of the Global Initiative on Loneliness and Connection. And you led the development of the National Strategy for Loneliness and Social Isolation in Australia. So please just share whatever you want to share with us for the next 10 minutes. Michelle Lim.
Thank you very much. It's my privilege to be here today, and I'm sorry I have to be here virtually. So as the introduction, I guess, of where I come from, I am coming from Australia, and I lead an organization called Ending Loneliness Together, which is a national not-for-profit focused on combating loneliness in Australians of all ages. So Ending Loneliness Together actually has 40 organizations across Australia that sit under our banner, and it's actually seen as the leading authority in the area of loneliness. And before I start, I would also like to acknowledge my co-founder of the Global Initiative on Loneliness and Connection, Eddie Garcia, who is there with you today, and all the other members of the global group and the colleagues from the World Health Organization that are in attendance at the moment. But today I'm actually here to talk about Australia's strategy on combating chronic loneliness, more specifically actually about the findings of our latest white paper, which was actually delivered in late 2022, and it's called Social Connection to Accelerate Social Recovery. So working together with government, community and health leaders and scientific experts, we have selected 4 actions that we can take now. Of course, these 4 actions are just the tip of the iceberg of what we should be doing in terms of combating loneliness. In terms of a snapshot of what loneliness is happening on our side of the world, we know that 1 in 4 Australians reported loneliness before the pandemic, which is an estimate of around 5 million Australians at any given time. Loneliness is actually a huge economic burden to Australia, costing around $2.7 billion a year, with an annual cost of around $1,565 for each person that becomes lonely. So not taking action is going to be very costly to the government, and we cannot afford inaction. But we also need to be targeted in our actions to ensure things like consensus guidelines, evidence-based approaches, effective policies, and more importantly, integrate the lived experience of people who are affected by loneliness. So here are the 4 actions we've identified as a first step. And again, by no means, these are the 4 that will definitely be selected, but these are the 4 that have been identified. Action 1 is to develop a strategic framework that can help promote social connection and to address loneliness and social isolation. So this action will reduce the gap between the evidence of what works and what is being adopted in policy and delivered in practice. In Australia, there are many non-evidence-based approaches being applied across sectors, causing many to address loneliness in ineffective and costly ways. To resolve this, we really need to have a strategic framework that is evidence-based, focus on high-quality social care, be feasible to implement across different sectors, and be relevant to our culturally diverse communities. Having such a framework itself will allow us to just prioritize and plan and implement a range of informal and formal solutions. Action 2 is to strengthen our workforce capacity across all sectors. An example is that our frontline health and community workers are not adequately resourced to identify or to respond to or to help people who are lonely. Similarly, our community organizations are often really faced with limited resources. They may not have the expertise, capacity, or the time to kind of keep up with what actually works. And there are 3 things that we can do to strengthen and support our workforce. We can help our workforce to identify who to help them use valid, age-appropriate and culturally sensitive tools to monitor people at risk. We can show our workforce how to help by giving them practical strategies that can foster meaningful social connections within their community. We can show our workforce where to go by providing a resource that can direct people to a range of effective solutions in their local area. And action 3 is to empower our communities. As many of you know, loneliness is an issue that's rife with misconceptions, including a lack of awareness of what it is and how to help. We all know that loneliness doesn't happen because of a personal deficiency. We will all feel lonely at some point in our lives, but some of us stay lonely because of a lack of awareness and the stigma of loneliness that exists. So if we do not address that stigma of loneliness, people will just continue to suffer in silence and not seek the right support at the right place and at the right time. So we really need to think about how we can empower people to help themselves and each other. And we can do this, for example, by developing a co-design, evidence-based community awareness campaign to ensure that all Australians are able to kind of seek the help that they deserve. And the last action is really to invest in Australian-based scientific research. This will help us guide our current practices and policies. There's so many outstanding issues that we have, like validating measurement tools that are age-appropriate and culturally sensitive, understand the drivers of loneliness so we can prevent and intervene effectively, to ensure that we evaluate promising programs and then being able to widely implement these. And we really need a lot more research in understanding the economic burden, not just on the health system, but also to business. And of course, tying all of this, we need to translate the scientific knowledge rapidly to practice and policy. And as Australia is trying to kind of move ahead to try to wrangle these issues, there have already been significant investment in social interventions being delivered in primary care, community and social services. But we lack a strong foundation in which these interventions can soundly be delivered and implemented more widely. And investment in kind of these social interventions may not pay off without establishing that strong foundation that's anchored in good evidence-based practice, research and policy. In sum, loneliness is a wicked problem. It requires evidence-based, whole of government, whole of systems approach, all of which are absolutely challenging to implement. But our government in Australia is committed to combating chronic loneliness in Australia. Just like to acknowledge as well the support of our federal ministers, the Honourable Andrew Giles, Minister for Citizenship, Immigration and Cultural Affairs, and his counterpart, Ms. Bridget Archer, Member of Parliament for Federal Member for BESS, who both support this issue passionately in our federal government. And together with their support, I'm really hopeful that Australia's agenda will advance in due course. Thank you for your time.
So much for being with us. Has she disappeared? Is Michelle gone? You're still here? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. You just disappeared. Thank you so much for your speech. So it seems that things are kind of challenging, but how do you think can these, you're talking about there should be, I think, minimum standards and guidelines for everybody working with it. Do you see a pathway to how to make this happen?
Yes, I believe sometimes presenting such a broad strategy can be too confusing for people to tackle. And so what we could do is narrow down those strategies and maybe focus on one particular thing. And what the governments recognize is that practically when they assign funding, they tend to assign funding in departments separately, and that's why those silos exist.
Yes.
And therefore, they're not working in a whole of government approach. So they have recognized that and actually committed to working across departments because, for example, in our government, the Department of Health and Department of Social Services both want to address loneliness, but they have to come together within, almost a shared agenda to think about how they can, for example, tackle a particular type of intervention within the community and also an intervention that might be delivered in healthcare as well.
Okay. Can you just share something about, because you have been working with this for a long time, can you see any progress?
Yes. I think that the light has changed. We have had a change in government. I would say that this government has been very interested in loneliness for a very long time, even when they're in the shadow government. And so our Minister of Health was also back a few years ago, Minister of Mental Health and Social Inclusion. So I do believe that some action will take. They're very motivated by the World Health Organization's upcoming commission to social connection, and they want to be on top of this. They don't want to respond in 3 years. They want to actually be able to be responsive now. So I do believe that something will happen. Is about the capacity of how big it is. They already have investments in the space. It could be around reassigning or thinking about their strategy differently and actually redirecting funding to different things that might be more aligned with the evidence-based approach, for example.
Okay, I'll have to end this conversation now. And we thank you so much for being with us. And whenever you're going to travel back to Australia, I wish you safe travels and good luck with your work. And thank you for today. Bye-bye, Michelle.
Thank you very much. Bye.
And next speaker, where are you? Here are you. Yes, next speaker is Mr. Anders Ekholm, Senior Advisor at the Institute of Future Studies in Sweden. And I know that many of you have met him yesterday evening. Some of us haven't. So it's going to be very, very interesting to listen to you because I know that you have some strong views about loneliness and especially on how it should be dealt with, I think. And are you going to start with the pros and cons of modern technology, maybe?
Maybe some technology.
Maybe something, maybe.
Yes. So,
this stage is yours.
Thank you. I'm from the Institute for Future Studies. I've been working in several ministries and agencies in Sweden for ages, in decades. I would say that the welfare state is stagnating, so we cannot see the results that we used to see, say, for the last couple of decades or something like that. So we pour money into the system, but the results are not that encouraging. And one of the problems is that we have problems of dealing with vague signals. because we used to have quite big signals. People didn't have a house, for instance, and during the 19th century, there was quite easy to see what is the political problem. We had to build new houses, we had to have fresh water, we had to have sewage system and so forth. We dealt with material problems, basically. But today, the society has changed. We have more of complex problems, and that would be climate change, crimes, bad school results, population health, and so forth, and of course, also loneliness. But complex problem cannot be solved by a perfect organization or a perfect method, because a complex system is everything is interacting in real time. So we have to have real-time big data-driven systems. And basically the thing behind this, the science behind this is quite old. Ashby's law from 1947 states that you have to have enough information of a system in order to control it. And today we don't have enough information, and we don't do it in real time. So we have lagging information, and we don't have information on which problem should we work on for each individual. Because problem one is everything has an impact on mental health or health. So the weather is really important, and genetics and food and music and whatever. So everything has an impact here. But it's different for different individuals. We don't know which button to press. One individual might think that the life ends if he or she couldn't listen to music, and another one doesn't care about music. 20% of the population doesn't have any benefits from physical activities, and 80% does. So we shouldn't, try to get this 20% to have physical exercise, because it doesn't matter. And problem number two is, how do we find these people to press these buttons? So what are the signals actually? So we know that a lot of signals can be found in the use of digital media. So we know we have apps that can quite securely do predictions of an individual going into a depression. For instance, because when we are going into a depression, we stop interacting with other people, we start playing more games, we stop taking walks, we are more indoors and so forth. So we have quite good prediction modeling that we could use. And also the lack of signals. Are we not going to school? Are we not going to healthcare? Are we not going outdoors and so forth? Unemployment and so forth are also, of course, big signaling stuff. That's a good signal to work with, and so forth. And we could use computers, AIs, and so forth for anomaly and pattern recognition to actually see which people should do what. To what people should we do which measures. And then the WHO database of measures come in very good if we have also decision support system that we don't need to connect all the silos, because that will be a very long time work to connect the silos of a government, for instance, or other institutions. So, but we can have common decision support systems that actually says, okay, this part of the system should work with this individual, and you have the responsibility for this person. And we know that risks aren't additive, so 1 + 1 risk isn't 2, it's rather 3 risks. And 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 isn't 3, but 7. So the risk increases exponentially by the number of risks. And therefore, the siloed systems doesn't see every risk. And therefore, we have to connect these with data, of course, and signals of how to do this. Because we know that the local neighborhood is also important, so we can do general measures. We know that a lot of greenery reduces risk for mental health. We know that a criminogenic environment increases risk for criminal behavior, and we know that poor lighting, for instance, increases insecurity, and so on. We have a lot of general measures that we can and should take, and basically we are also working with that. Reduce poverty, for for instance, is very interesting. But also, of course, bike lines and stuff like that, so we could encourage physical activities. But we do know that we don't have the budget. I have worked at the Ministry of Finance, Treasury Department, so no, you won't get the financing. I know that for sure. So we cannot reach out to the local population in an impactful way. We don't have the money to do it manually. So we have to do it with precision. So we have to know exactly which individual should we work with, and how could we find these individuals, and who is responsible for actually connecting with this person. So we have to combine information from social media, personalized gadgets like phones and stuff like that, social services and neighborhoods and weather and whatnot that is actually in there, which is the denominator for risk for mental health. As Lena Dahlström put it, they had found 120 different, and that was just 39 studies. So we have a lot more of determinants of risk. And the prerequisites for success is early action, quick response by a person or a system that you click with. So it's important who you meet. So if you have a therapist that you hate, you won't get better. If you have a therapist that you really like, you will get better, regardless of what type of therapist ideology they do. Population health and integration, unemployment, school failure, and so forth has the same fundamental mechanisms. That is networked mechanisms that we have to know people in order to know more people to get a job or to not to be lonely, for instance. There, of course, might be privacy issues, but little objections actually from the population. We know that 75 to 95% of the population are willing to share data for the common good in non-profit organization. We know that 0.5% only of the population actually opts out. It's from Estonia, it's from Google, it's from a lot of studies around the world. We know that revealed preferences, which is much stronger than stated preference when we just ask people, they really like to share data. But it's very important with the opt-out principle as a principle, I would say, because I mean, if you don't feel comfortable with the state or someone else to join all these data points, then you should be able to opt out. Today we have the voluntary opt-in principle. We give the data to various companies or Facebook or whatever and so forth, and also health companies. And this only means that the wealthy and the healthy people, they can have these services of AI diagnosis and stuff like that. So there might be privacy-enhancing technologies, and no, you cannot use synthetic data because we have to do predictions on an individual level, so we have to have real-time data. You can use other techniques to do stuff. You can change legislation, so it's okay for machines to share data, but not for humans, for instance. Or you can establish a foundation, so someone else outside of government maybe has the provision of information. And in the near future, I think the generative AI becomes your closest friends. It's just coming here around the corner, ChatGPT and so forth. And I also think that not only the commercial actors, I mean, there is systems today that actually are addressing real-time issues on each individual in the country, like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and so forth. So we have the technical systems actually running right now. But maybe I think it's time for the EU or the welfare state 2.0 to actually start working with new systems that can handle complex issues like loneliness and so forth, because the old systems in the 19th century way, they won't suffice. Thank you.
What can be said after that? I don't know.
Nothing.
Nothing, exactly. But I still want to ask you, we kind of repeated this before, so I'm going to ask you the question, because you have asked AI a question about loneliness, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes.
So if I can have back the slides. So, yeah. No, sorry. So I ran ChatGPT and I prompted, "I'm lonely." And here's the answer that the AI wrote in, like 1 second. So I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling lonely and so forth. You can read for yourself. But these systems are really getting nice, much nicer than most of my colleagues.
Okay. And I was thinking maybe we don't need any government either.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
Anarchy in the UK.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big applause to Anders Ekholm. Yes. Yes, time is flying, and I hope really that you have been inspired by our two speakers, and we would like to give you another opportunity to discuss with each other around your table. And the question asked, I think it's, you can see it. It's about how digital communication technology has enabled people to meet and become less lonely. Or maybe you think the opposite, that on the contrary, digital technology has created more loneliness. Maybe even alienating people from each other. So please discuss with each other for a couple of minutes. And I will tell you, I will ask you what you have discussed in a few minutes. So please go on. Okay, you are such a quiet and discreet crowd, but I can still hear that you are discussing. So, anybody who wants to share? We have the microphones as before lunch. Somebody who wants to share how you discussed? How was your discussion? Why don't? No, you don't want to. You don't want an answer. You just said no. Okay, some. Yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. No. He just was up on the stage. Let's hear you say something.
I mean, we talked a little bit about how different types of technology, especially for elder people, and how they might be a force for good or bad, and how some of our assumptions might be mistaken. So one of the examples we talked about was RoboCare, and how that removes social interaction.
And it was just a...
No, it was a... Well, it could be like... I mean, I think the conclusion is technology is a tool that can be used for good or bad, and then it depends.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't have so many minutes to discuss this.
Sorry.
Yes, and then there is Mr. Can who wants to say something here. Otto is coming with the microphone.
Hello. I just think, first of all, we ought to just take stock on how many people actually access technology in the first place. So we have 4 million people in the UK who are not online.
Yeah.
Over half of our over 75s are not online. So there's an issue of access in the first place before you could benefit. But I would like to just give one example where I think there is a disparity between what we are imaginative enough to do with younger people compared with what we do for older people. And during COVID, I worked with a charity of younger singers who took to the online technologies like Ducks to Water and loved being part of virtual choirs. Hugely successful, very socially bonding, in fact. And it was great because they were enabled, they already had the skills to access the technology. With the older people during COVID, we retreated back to more traditional technologies, and the phone is great, but we never took advantage of the technologies that are available through things like music to make things happen at all ages.
Okay, very nice, thank you. And now we'd like to hear, you have somebody who wants to share? Yeah, there is a lady, no back, längst bort där, in the back.
Okay, hi, we had so many minutes to discuss that.
I know.
But, well, we know that loneliness is really complex in terms of magnitudes, but also in terms of its impacts at the individual, group, community levels. Okay. And so is technology. It's a complex issue with many advantages, but also many challenges. And the problem is that there is still a fundamental disconnect between how we develop programs or interventions and the way they are received by the members of a community. And as a result of this disconnect, when we evaluate how effective interventions are, we find that they are often weak, not reproducible, they don't reach segments of the population, so we are still leaving people behind. So many programs we know that are designed for Mr. and Miss Average, and this is really a problem, so technologies need also to take this into account. We need to develop interventions that are really based on available evidence, and it's also a challenge for academia because we need to move faster. We need to produce knowledge that is alive, fast, and able to also influence policies. But we also need to use co-creation principles to really ensure that interventions are useful, needed, wanted, and embraced by
Fantastic. Have you had the time to talk about all this in this
But also just to add that in Portugal, for instance, we are developing social prescribing. I know that most of you are familiar, and now we are trying, using technology, to move to digital prescribing, mainly with young people, because...
what are you prescribing digitally? I mean, what are you...
Well, digital prescribing is when you have, in primary care services, the general practitioners referring people to the link workers in community that can offer other solutions beyond clinical needs. And one of the main reasons for referral, 30% of people that are being referred, is because they are feeling lonely. It's really striking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody else? Thank you for sharing. Somebody else who wants to add? No. Yes. Okay. You have to run, Otto, run. Thank you.
Yes, we also just discussed that it really depends on the way that people use technology.
Yes.
We discussed a particular case of social media. So if we look at scientific studies, then it seems that if people replace their physical social contacts by social media social contacts, then it can increase loneliness. But if they actually use social media indeed to stay in touch with people, then it can decrease loneliness. So again, it's kind of either way.
There are, pros and cons.
Exactly, exactly. But for instance, I have a project in which I share film clips about loneliness where people might feel understood. And that seems to work. At the same time, you can argue that if they read a book in which someone made a similar experience as them, that might have the same effect as watching these videos.
Okay. And how can we find these videos? Can we find them?
Yes.
Because you're Dr. Lucia Hoy. Yes, so where can we find those?
Yeah, it's loneliness/across/cultures.com.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you so much. So, you know, it's time for a new break, a healthy break, and it's optional. Of course, if you want to move during the break, please do so. You're also asked to answer another question, Mentimeter question, while having this break. And before I put the question, I also would like to remind you that there is an exposition outside the venue here, and so please just try to take a look. So here are the Mentim codes, but what we would like you to ask is loneliness best tackled through national strategies or EU initiatives? So please have a break and come back in 15 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah. It's not a long break, but still.
Wish that I could stay forever this young. Not afraid to close my eyes. Life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was to get ya. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is another baby. Yeah. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is another baby. Baby, yeah. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is another baby. Yeah. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is another baby. Yeah. All that she wants. All that she wants. Now it's all out and you know, 'cause I wanted to turn my back on the rock. That's the plan and the plot, because I'm gonna. No need for me to wait, because I wanna. No need to be too late, because I'm gonna. Hey, say I told you so, alright. Come on. To believe I told you so. Do all I please, gonna spread the disease, because I wanna. Gonna call all the shots for the notes and the nods, because I wanna.
welcome back to the next session of this day on this high-level meeting about loneliness. And as you can see, here are the result of your Mentimeter question. And it's really interesting because the majority of you have been answering that other than national or EU initiatives are most suited to tackle loneliness. And of course, we don't know which these others are. I guess you are thinking about local initiative, but I don't know. That can be a topic for another conference, maybe. We are going to continue because we are not going to talk about the pathways to preventing loneliness in collaboration with the civil society. And yes, we know all that civil society actually are doing the great part of the job already, tackling loneliness and trying to get people to connect with each other. And we will discuss these pathways and collaboration in this context in a moment. But now I'm very pleased to say welcome to Miss Susanne Bücke, Assistant Professor in Psychology at the German Sports University in Köln, Cologne. And I think you're talking about interventions and the need to know more about what actually works and what doesn't, which we have been talking about earlier as well. The stage is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Dear Minister, distinguished guests, I feel very honored to share some of my perspectives on how to address loneliness. The funny thing of talking in the afternoon after so many other clever people have already spoken is that I fear I have to repeat some of the things that have been mentioned earlier because I've obviously prepared my slides before listening to all the others. We've heard it multiple times today that loneliness is quite a common phenomenon. The research or the estimates of how many people are affected by loneliness differ from study to study, but roughly or on average 1 out of 10 people is severely affected by loneliness. And we've also learned that when people feel chronically lonely, this has significant health consequences, resulting in loneliness being a public health burden. Therefore, it also doesn't come as a surprise that worldwide institutions, researchers, and the civil society are investigating how to intervene or how to prevent the issue of loneliness. Almost certainly, the vast majority of people present here or listening from back home have felt lonely at one time or another. So I'm quite sure that you all have a rough idea of how it feels to be lonely during adulthood. An often asked question is whether children or younger people and very old people share the same emotional experiences when feeling lonely or socially isolated. We've asked children and young people how they describe their feelings of loneliness, and they mentioned that loneliness, for example, is this feeling that you can't even properly describe fully in words, but it's always present and it's extremely tough to shake. They also mentioned that loneliness means to feel isolated and empty inside, or that it is a sinking feeling and makes everything feeling heavier. In fact, very old people respond quite similarly to the same question, which highlights that the emotional expression or the emotional experience of loneliness is quite similarly in different phases of life, but as we've also learned earlier, the causes of feeling lonely are very different in youth compared to middle-aged or older adults. In cooperation with the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission, my colleagues and I were invited to systematically review different strategies to effectively tackling loneliness. We've looked at systematic literature reviews and meta-analyses that are out in the published literature to examine which interventions are actually effective and are effective for whom. We've identified interventions at very different levels, starting at the individual or the relationship level. Such interventions include social skills trainings, but also psychotherapy, for example, to change maladaptive cognitions of lonelier individuals. Then at the community level, interventions included addressing infrastructural problems such as transportation issues in not that highly populated regions, and also digital inclusion or social prescribing. And then at an even broader level, the societal level, these interventions included policies or campaigns or even laws, for example, to address discrimination or socioeconomic inequality, just to name a few examples. However, our literature review also showed that most evidence concentrates on interventions at the individual or the relationship level, at least when looking at the published scientific literature. And that's a problem because we do see a research reality divide here. We are just looking at those interventions that are published, that are oftentimes implemented for scientific reasons, but are not rolled out in the public. And on the other hand, we do see a lot of interventions out there that have never seen a scientist. The different intervention strategies we've reviewed in our systematic literature review can very well be integrated in the framework for loneliness interventions that has been proposed by the Campaign to End Loneliness. According to this framework, we as researchers, but also policymakers and the civil society, first need to identify those feeling chronically lonely in order to then reach them, to understand them, and finally to support them. The support strategies then need to go beyond the individual, so they also have to address the community and the society level. However, when talking to researchers and also to policymakers, most of the discussions are about intervention strategies, so addressing those who already feel chronically lonely. And we've heard it earlier in the morning by Julian that we should actually take the perspective also rather to those who are not yet chronically lonely, but at a higher risk for becoming chronically lonely. So taking a prevention focus, basically. From my perspective, loneliness prevention can, similarly to other health prevention strategies, be understood on 3 different levels. The first one is the primary prevention level, the next one is the secondary prevention level, and finally the tertiary prevention level. With primary prevention in the context of loneliness, I mean preventing chronic feelings of loneliness before they emerge. This could mean to modify risk factors that we well know are heavily affecting people, such as poverty, but also preventing the development of risk factors, for example, with very early assistance in social family work. Then the secondary prevention includes identifying loneliness before the problems become serious. And this, I think, is a very important point here, because we've also discussed that not all forms of feeling lonely are critically and health relevant. Some are just normal and part of our human being, and they will go away after a while. But to identify those at risk for these health-relevant feelings of loneliness is key. And for that, we need regular checkups of social connection, because otherwise we can't really say when someone is at risk. For example, such checkups could be made by practitioners who see older people who live alone, but also in schools. And then the last prevention strategy is not very often discussed yet. It's about a relapse prevention, basically. So if we've managed to get the chronically lonely individuals out of their feelings of loneliness, how can we manage to include them in society in a sustainable way? Now, to further stimulate the following discussions with the other experts, I would like to highlight some of the key findings of our work on the effectiveness of loneliness interventions and derive some implications. So first, in our work, we found that many intervention strategies actually lead to reductions in loneliness. But what is very critical here is how large are these reductions really? So if I invite you into the world of scientific articles and publishing, it's oftentimes about publishing statistically significant findings without that much looking at effect sizes. But when it comes to practical relevance, it's way more important how big the effect of an intervention is, rather than looking at whether it's statistically significant, because you get everything statistically significant as long as you recruit many participants. We also saw a very strong focus on the individual and relationship level interventions, and the rest of the interventions at the community or society level are oftentimes neglected in the academic world. And then we also saw that most interventions are designed for older people. So most of the published literature is about interventions on older adults, and we've also discussed during the lunch breaks that also many strategies in the civil society focus on older people only. But we also need to develop more tailored resources for youth loneliness, and to be able to provide them with such tailored intervention strategies, we better need to understand the causes of loneliness in this age group. We know a lot about the causes and risk factors of loneliness in older age, but for younger people, we don't yet know as much. Then we also need support for systematic evaluation of the intervention efforts. We've talked about that a lot. And we need long-term approaches instead of one-off measures. Because when projects or strategies are effective, then they need long-term funding perspectives to actually unfold their full potential. So if and one last point here, I've said that earlier, we've talked now a lot about interventions, but prevention, which is the topic of today's session, is definitely key. Now, if I get asked about pillars of a loneliness strategy, I often come up with things that have been mentioned earlier, and I interpret that as that we agree on a lot of things, which I think is a good thing to take the field forward now. The first one is definitely increase visibility. We are doing so today, but we definitely need to continue. Then to address open research questions, we've spoken a lot about evidence-based interventions, evidence-based policy, but what if there isn't that many evidence yet? We also need to reduce the stigma in order to help those feeling lonely getting the help they definitely need. And then we need to initiate and fund different programs. I'm very much in favor of individualized interventions that can be scaled up to a broader level, but they need to be evaluated. And if they are evaluated, then they also need retention, they need to be made permanent in order to unfold their potential. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your attention, but I would also like to thank my fabulous collaborators on all this work, Aline Beckers, which is a colleague of mine, and Elizabeth Casabianca and Minna Nurminen from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and many more colleagues in the back there. I thank you for your attention, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion now.
Thank you so much, Susanne. These are your papers. We don't mix them together, so you keep yours and I keep mine.
Yeah.
Yes, and I would like the other panelists to come up now to discuss the civil society. Yes, you're so welcome. And yeah, it was really interesting. And just, I would like to ask you, since you have been, since delivering your speech here, how much are you looking at the civil society's, interventions?
As I said, in the published literature, civil society interventions are not often evaluated yet. So I've talked a lot to many people from the civil society who've just started their evaluations, and I'm very hopeful that these evaluations will be published so that we can all learn from these results.
Yeah, because as I said from the beginning, and let's be fair, I know there are a lot of, of course, people who are working with loneliness, but you are actually doing the work, and I will present you, I will introduce you, of course. There is much going on, but you are really very in the front line of working with those who are lonely and in need of social contact. So I would like to welcome Father Manuel Barrios. You are Yes, you are General Secretary of COMECE, it said in English, short for the Commission of the Catholic Bishops' Conferences of all member states of the European Union. Is that correct? Yes. And then we have Miss Sue Moore, CEO of the Joe Cox Foundation that we heard a little bit about earlier today. And you are an UK foundation striving to achieve meaningful change in society with stronger communities. And this is done in the name of the late Joe Cox, of course. And then we have Mr. Martin Örnlöv, Secretary General of the Swedish Red Cross. That's enough. Is that enough? It's good
more
enough.
than enough, actually.
Yeah, good. And then we have again Miss Elin Anvals that we've seen earlier today from Generation PEP. As you know, the go up and down. And then we have Niklas Mårtensson, Mr. Niklas Mårtensson, very welcome. Secretary General for the Swedish Disability Rights Federation, also representing the European Disability Forum here today. Your mission is a society for everybody, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Representation for everyone.
Yeah, that's nice. I will start with you, Miss Moore. Of course, as we have heard, civil society has been aware of this challenge with loneliness and the need of more social connection for a very long time. And you have all, I think, actually unique possibilities to reach out to the community. How do you go about? I'm still, worried about those that are the most vulnerable, that we haven't been talking so much here today. So how do you go about in order to try to reach them, all those people that don't show in the statistics?
Well, we've heard a lot today about research, and
Yeah.
I think we should be really grateful for the research that exists, so we are able to target much more those people who are most vulnerable. We know now that young people, we've heard a lot about young people today, are very lonely. We know that people experience loneliness at transitions in their life. We know that people with disabilities, for example, people from minority ethnic backgrounds and refugees, we know that those are groups who are very lonely. So we can make sure that we're targeting interventions particularly for those groups. But I think there's a lot that we need to do as well about sharing what we know about that research with, yes, the general public, but also with practitioners and with policymakers. So we did some research last year, and we polled the public and asked them if they knew who was most lonely. They don't. 8% of people got it right, that the young people are the loneliest in the UK.
Okay.
And actually, policymakers don't know this yet either. So I spoke to a politician last year, and I just sat there and given all the stats, we'd done some research, 94% of young people were lonely, under 50% of over 60s had told us they were lonely. And she looked at me and said, "Are you sure?" So I think there's so much more that we need to do about spreading the evidence that we have so that those who are working on the ground can be targeting the work that we do at the most vulnerable.
Yeah, okay. And then I would like to ask Mr. Mortensson here, what is loneliness like among disabled people? Because you have in some way double risk of loneliness. First you have to explain what you are disabled about and what you need, and then you might be lonely as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought of that when we listened to Susanna's presentation. 1 out of 10 is lonely. And I think when we're not lonely, when we meet persons in school, in employment, or a friend's friend, you meet a partner for life or friends for life. If you don't have a school that work out well for you, or you don't have an employment, then you don't have any friends and you don't have any partner, then you're really lonely. So for people with disability or chronic illness, there are really large number. And in Sweden, we have about 80%, that's a high number, have an employment between the age 19 and 64. But for persons with disability, it's like 58. So we have a great many things to do in front of us, because we have to create areas where we meet and see other people and get friends and partners and so on. And that doesn't work out that good for people with disabilities in Sweden.
Okay. Well, there is a lot to really work with. And Father Barrios, your organization has probably given life a meaning to thousands of persons, I guess. And as Susanna was, it's okay I say Susanna?
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Yeah, thank you. Was pointing out stigma is still strong. This is something that has to be, addressed. How do you address loneliness without, making the stigma worse, or even maybe you don't even use the word loneliness? I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, as churches, what we do to combat loneliness and social isolation is more an indirect work. I think churches do their work, do their mission. Their mission has to do with preaching the gospel, has to do with promoting family life, has to do with celebrations, volunteer work, reaching out to the most vulnerable. And I think doing this, I think churches are indirectly combating loneliness, because the instruments that are put forward, the situations that are created are ways of combating loneliness.
Yeah, but are you addressing the stigma around it?
Yeah.
Are you in some way? Yeah.
I would say, as our work is indirectly combating loneliness, it's a way of avoiding stigmatization.
Okay.
Because people don't come to the church to find loneliness explicitly.
No.
They come to the church for other reasons. But coming to the church for other reasons, they find there the instruments and the situation to fight loneliness.
It's still, maybe it needs some strength to, to go to the church to do this.
But I think the churches also do a lot of work of outreaching to the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
I know of many activities where young people go to visit old people that are living alone. So there is a lot of being done to reach out.
Yeah, okay. And now I would like to ask Mr. Anne Lööf, since loneliness is a relatively new aspect in politics, a new challenge, and now efficient interventions are asked for. We've heard it the whole day. What is your organization doing that you think can be used by others? Maybe even, you know, be implemented in a national strategy, I don't know.
I think the perspective of all the participants in the panels and throughout the day are a little bit different. I mean, I come from a volunteer-based organization. In Sweden, we have 25,000 volunteers in almost all municipalities, and that gives a certain structure and certain ability to work in a way from a Red Cross perspective traditionally, meaning looking for having meeting points, visiting nursing homes for elderly, having language cafes for newly arrived. Also in hospitals, for example, in Sweden, we have visitor groups in the emergency wards where often people can wait for hours, and many people do not have relatives with them coming there. So that's one way of doing it. We also have a little bit more of innovative techniques, trying to do things differently. We have in Sweden projects with Clowns Without Borders, for example, to pull people out or do different things like that. Artificial intelligence is exciting if we could do that. I don't know if we will be there in loneliness yet. We do that when it comes to more crisis management. There we actively, with algorithms, are searching for people. So I think our infrastructure throughout Europe as Red Cross organizations is basically what Susanne called, I mean, direct solutions often, or also having the I think you call it gateway infrastructure. I mean, having the meeting points, could be churches.
But are you doing anything, you know, to try to teach others, other civil society organization, how you do the work? I mean, are you sharing what you're doing?
Exactly, and I think throughout basically most countries these days, I mean, the collaboration between various actors is really increasing a lot between civil society, but also between civil society and, for example, public sector and private companies, right? Who also now have a hugely changing sustainability agenda where we have a lot of possibilities, I think, to explore.
And yes, thank you so much. And then I would like to ask about the same question to Elin Anvall. Even though Generation PEP's main objective isn't actually to break or to reduce loneliness, but you're actually doing it in some way. What is your message to civil society? What do you think others can learn from you?
Yeah, so I think my message was probably clear earlier. I mean, we work with physical activity, and that can be a great platform to break loneliness, but also to combat mental health. And we heard before speakers talking about that bi-directional relationship of the mental health. And I think it's a lot about sort of going back to our human nature, realizing that we have to connect socially with other people, and we have to be physically active. So what I want to send out for message for other civil organizations, I mean, we are a fairly new organization compared to the bigger ones and the older ones. But what we're trying to do is actually to sort of establish a platform where we collaborate with all parts of society, and trying to sort of point out a common direction where we all can do our different parts of the job, but we have the same goal. So we want to stimulate so more people or more children can be physically active, and we can all join in that direction. And we have 600 different actors working with us together for that goal. And we have over 2,000 different schools in Sweden and over 2,500 preschools. And I think creating that platform like this, you know, meeting platform, talking about it, raising different new studies coming out, etc., and just raising the awareness, I think is a good way of starting. And maybe that's something we need also for loneliness.
to come together, point out a direction, and I think the strategy might be one point.
Yeah, okay. Since there are a lot of people actually engaged in volunteering, I think, is that something that is research? I mean, to engage as a volunteer is in itself a way of trying to reduce loneliness.
Yeah, there's some research on it, and this research shows that, first of all, those who aren't feeling that lonely are typically those who engage more in civil society, but also that when young people engage in civil society, their loneliness levels decrease. But may I add another point regarding the stigma topic? I think we all have to think about how we think and communicate about loneliness. I'm guilty of it myself. I sometimes speak of lonely individuals and non-lonely individuals. But basically, loneliness should be conceptualized on a spectrum. It should be conceptualized as something that is measured on a continuum, and people can move on that continuum dynamically across their weeks and their years and so on. And from all the research on psychology and psychopathology, we know that when we think in categories of those who are ill and those who aren't ill, this isn't doing any good in terms of reducing stigma. And it would be way better if we would emphasize that loneliness occurs on a spectrum. People who are feeling lonelier than others would be a better wording than lonely individuals and non-lonely individuals.
So we don't have a group, some...
No, and they aren't as different as we sometimes suggest.
Yeah, I would like to ask you again, Sue, more about the Joe Cox Foundation. If I understood it correctly, it is kept free from governmental funds. How come? Is that a way of avoiding to display what you are doing, or how come you feel the need of having your back free from the government?
Well, the foundation was set up in 2016, a couple of months after Jo was murdered, and it was really set up by her friends and family to carry on doing good work on subjects that she was really passionate about. So we do a lot of work on loneliness and community connection, but we work on other topics, including international development. Abuse and intimidation of politicians is a big thing we do as well. So the work that Paul outlined earlier, much of that came from the Jo Cox Commission, which was actually a project that Jo had set up when she was still alive. So we acted as the secretariat of that. And we're obviously delighted when the findings of that report were adopted almost wholesale by the government. But there has always been a very clear separation between the foundation as a charity and the government who are taking the policy action. So it wasn't exactly that it was a deliberate decision, it's just that that was how it was founded, that we would be a charitable organisation.
Another question, and it's like swearing in the church. I'm sorry, I'm not going to swear, but I'm asking you, you seem to be so many, and it seems to me as if you are actually competing with each other, because you are competing about how you need your financial help, and you are probably also competing about the volunteers, etc. Are there too many of you? Well, of course, I knew you want to say yes, but anyway, yes.
Can I take it? Absolutely not. And that is because, I mean, the cake is not fixed, right? I mean, basically, I mean, in the effort to build a good society, I mean, there are numerous perspectives from physical safety and military spending to social well-being or health, whatever. I mean, there is always some sort of competition in that sense. But I think the civil society as a component of building a good society generally is still underutilized. And of course, in that, I mean, volunteers are free, organizing volunteers are not. right? I mean, and in that sense, you could take different strategies between different organizations, but also in a general feeling from a civil society perspective, I think we need to make governments understand that we need to be part of strategy discussions as today, not only strategy implementations, and also there we need to have a little bit more of understanding that I think I've seen the word long term, I mean, 15 times on the slides today, and having that kind of base capacity also in civil society organizations is still, I would say, usually underutilized in the concept of building a good society throughout Europe, I would say.
And how are you using, because everybody's also talking today about evidence-based methods and tools, etc. Are you using actually evidence-based interventions, or are you just, now I'm really not nice, you're throwing the ball up and see what falls down, if you understand what I mean? Yeah. Somebody?
I can.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's very challenging. So we run, and this slightly answers your previous question, we run a network called the Connection Coalition that we founded at the beginning of the pandemic, which is an informal network of now 1,000 organizations who are working in some way on loneliness. And we found it to be incredibly helpful because it's a tool for collaboration. It's a tool for help and support. This work is difficult, and we find that lots of these organizations, who are often very small, they need other people to talk to about those challenges. But also many of these organizations are so small, they don't have the capacity to use the evidence that exists or even really to capture their own evidence. So many of them have been started because it's often an individual person who wants to do something very good in their local area and help people. So actually all of the things that we've been talking about today almost go over their head because they're just trying to make a difference on a day-to-day basis.
Niklas, yeah, how are you working?
We don't use the evidence in general, but we've been working for so long time creating meeting areas for people who are vulnerable in some sense or even lonely, because people with autism in Europe or in Sweden, some of them don't usually meet other, and they come together because they have autism and would like to talk, and then they connect to each other, have a friend, and so on. The meeting and the organization in itself is a way of contracting loneliness. In Sweden, we have an agency for participation, and they have a question each year. And how do you for children and teenagers? How do you do? How do you have friends? You like it in school and so on. And people with disability, they say, I don't have any friends, and I have too much spare time. And people in the same age say, without disability and chronic disease, say, I don't have enough time. I have a girlfriend, boyfriend, I have friends, I have, ice hockey practice and so on. So it's you have to create meeting grounds just to meet others.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If I can just elaborate, we collaborate with big universities in order to make sure that everything that we do is guided on science. But at the same time, we help them also with sort of implementation studies that could be evaluated. So we have 3 different studies going on now. Of course, it's long term and it takes time. But if you have the money to invest in and you can partner, that's a great opportunity.
But
just to create
you are
that
mostly
knowledge.
looking at physical activity and so on. So I mean, this is a well-researched area, I think.
Yeah.
More
Absolutely.
than probably.
But I think that's what needs to happen in this area as well.
And what about the volunteers and their need to be, I don't know, educated? I don't know if it's the correct word, but actually need to know what they are doing. I think you said to me, Susanna, that you haven't heard of any intervention that wasn't. It's okay. It's always okay to do something. But what about the need of getting the volunteers even more educated or have some kind of minimal standards, as Michelle Lim was talking about as well?
I mean, of course, whenever you try to change something and whenever you try to intervene, there is the potential of negative side effects that you sometimes don't even expect. From the literature I've reviewed, I wouldn't say that there are many negative side effects on the loneliness interventions. I mean, for example, to strengthen stigma, sometimes there are anti-stigmatization campaigns that actually backfire and then enhance stigma, and that wouldn't be a good thing. But from all I've read, there aren't many negative side effects. Then the intervention is just not working or not effective, and this might be a negative side effect because there is a lot of money that is spent on these interventions, and people spend time and have hopes, and then they won't become less lonely or better connected.
Yes, it's interesting because when I think I was talking to Dr. Christopher Micton when I was listening to you, I don't remember, but it was said instead of talking about loneliness, we should talk about social connection. Strengthen social connection. This is a more positive way of looking at the maybe same actual issue. Yeah, I would like you also to ask you, I think Martin Anlöv, because I've understood that you actually welcome the academia to study what you are doing, but they don't seem to be that interested. Is that correct?
No, I think that's an exaggeration. I think also talking about whether things are effective or not, I mean, one clear signal is whether people are coming and volunteers are coming and staying. I mean, that's also, I mean, as long as people choose to come, that's a good way of also evaluating to some extent. And then finding methods to see how well we can duplicate that things, that's extremely interesting, and sometimes it's easy to get those studies done. Also universities needs funding, right?
Yeah.
And also that is part of research policies. How do you engage in what kind of strategies? So in that sense, maybe we are not on the top of the list, maybe also from the public sector.
Well, it's not for you to answer, actually. It's not.
No, but I think it's a logical consequence from what I said before. I think, I mean, I think civil society in general is on a nice to have but not need to have basis, right? And that means that it's nice to have those around. I mean, if they could step in, but to see it as a part of the solution, we are not really there. I mean.
But you were during the pandemic, I think.
Exactly,
all of you
because I mean that's where you see, and also in different crisis situations, you see totally new patterns evolve, right? In the pandemics in Sweden, when 70-year-plus were isolated, self-isolating, then if you did not have children or not have mobile bank IDs, you were extremely lonely. You could not even get your medicines, basically.
I think most countries had the same experience. It's time to, wrap it up a little bit. Time flies, as you know. And a question I would like to ask you is what you need or expect from politicians or policymakers, other stakeholders as well, to make your work on and about loneliness more efficient. It's, here comes the wish list. Yes. Father Barrios, you may
this is a difficult question. Huh?
Yeah, okay.
I would say it's important, as we said today, I think various times, that we work together on this. We recognize that this is an important concern for all of us, and each one from where he is, where she or he is, where we work, where the organization we belong to, we try to do what we can. I think what Susanna said before about taking care of our language is very important, because I think easily we use a language that might lead to stigmatization without. And I was very interested in this of creating two groups, the lonely and the not lonely, so avoiding that. So I would say it's a work that we have to do together. The politicians should.
So you don't have any wish? You don't.
Well, more money. to finance social activities. I would say also creating policies and laws that help us as civil society to do our work and to manage to accompany people. But I don't have a wish list in this
Okay,
sense, so.
you said to me, because I was astonished, you talked not only, you said not money actually, you said more, you know, locations to meet.
Yeah, I would, yeah.
But you've changed your mind maybe since.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Niklas Mortensson.
Of course, the finance, and you know, we don't compete to each other. We talked about, you know, but you know, I am a member in a lot of different organizations,
yes.
but you know, I have just 24 hours a day, so I can just use my time for some of the organizations. So that's a problem, of course. But the big problem for us is we have a saying in the European disability movement: "Is nothing without us." So you have to include people with disability and the civic society, of course, civil society, when you do a decision making overall. So you have to, you know, we talk about loneliness and vulnerability. You know, we can't talk about, you know, everybody's lonely sometimes. Who is equal is not fair. You have to address it. Who's more vulnerable and direct your resources there. You know, do you have some people, elderly people with that just recently came to a country, or people with certain disability? So, you know, decision making and direct your resources.
Two different, okay. And I would like to ask Elin Anvall as well.
Yeah, so I think policymakers can absolutely point out a common direction for everyone. And I think based on science, from my perspective, physical activity is going to be one of the key areas to look into, and especially for children. And we talked about the starting early with the preventive work. So I think children here is really important. Because if we want to build for the next generation, we need to make sure that we establish the right habits earlier, and it's around how we socialize and how we move our bodies and getting back to sort of human nature. And it might sound hard to make those changes, but if we look at other areas like smoking and bike helmets or ski helmets and things like that, I mean, it is possible if we start early and get everyone on board. And then I'm also on your page of trying to mitigate and overcome those structural differences that we have, like gender, age, economy, disabilities. I mean, that's absolutely crucial and something that policymakers can actually spend some more time looking into the groups that are most vulnerable.
Okay, what do you say, Martin Ernlöf? What's your wish list?
Two quick things again. I mean, consult civil society when formulating strategies, not only implementing. It's valid in Brussels, it's valid in Stockholm, and also repeating. I think that the base financing is needed. In Sweden, I would claim that the sports sector and the cultural sector is relatively well financed, good structured. Rest of civil society, where you can also work with loneliness, breaking loneliness silos in different ways, is not in that position, basically. That would be the two things.
Before I go to Sue, just in a second, I would like to ask you, Susanna, because you were talking about relapse intervention, or and how does, I mean, have you seen that it works somewhere? I'm just curious, because you mentioned it and as the...
Not yet in the context of loneliness.
Okay.
It has been evaluated in many other health...
Cancer care, for example?
Yeah, exactly. But not in the context of loneliness. So this is one of the big gaps, a wide...
Okay, very interesting. Do you have something to put on this wish list?
I've always something to put on the wish list. It will also be about financial resources.
It's always about the money.
yeah, maybe especially to support early career researchers in engaging in research that has then impact on civil society and politician. because as we've mentioned earlier, there aren't many incentives.
Exactly, there is a lack of, we have heard that during the day. Okay, more money as well. What about you, Sue Moore? What do you expect? What do you expect from policymakers to make your work more efficient? Maybe you are happy as you are, I don't know.
No, I'm going to say money as well.
Oh.
But I figured that other people would say money. So I'm going to say money and recognition. Okay. So an understanding of the vital role that civil society plays in combating loneliness.
And how will that recognition be, you know, when are you going to be satisfied, or how does it manifest?
Sadly, through money. But also, so just to give an example, going back to the Connection Coalition that I mentioned, we surveyed those organisations and they told us last month, we asked them if, given the cost of living crisis, if they thought they'd still be here as a viable organisation in a year's time, and 81% of those organisations said they didn't know. So if we think that 80% of those organisations don't exist anymore, that's a huge gap that exists. So if we look at, and obviously all of those organisations are not going to go bust, but I think it gives us a real wake-up call for the absolute vital work that those organisations are doing on the ground.
Yeah, because at the moment this is very crucial. I think you're quite pessimistic about what's going to happen due to the economic crisis.
I think, well, we've seen that rates of loneliness are rising. About 25% of people say they're more lonely because of the cost of living crisis, which goes to above 50% from young people and people from minority ethnic backgrounds. So those kind of very root causes of loneliness around sort of poverty, around not being able to travel to see loved ones, that's getting worse. Yeah. So I think there is a definite need to act now so it doesn't become even more of a crisis in the future.
Okay. Oh, that was sad words, but you look happy anyway, some of you. Well, there is a lot to be done. I thank you so much for sharing all your experience and thoughts here today. Thank you, and keep up the good work. Hopefully we see each other again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, time passes and we are coming not yet to an end, but soon. So I would like 3 persons to come up to the stage, and while they are doing that, there are 3 panelists. Yes, we will talk about what has been said today, summarizing a little bit. But before we do that, there is one question for you, one Mentimeter question. You know, just come up. You don't be shy. Yolanda Agra, etc. Please come. The question that is asked is, it comes here. It's in the last 2 weeks. How often have you experienced loneliness? Please, come closer. Don't be shy.
No, I'm not shy.
We just wait a second while people are answering the question here, okay? I think we are among the happy ones that are relatively never lonely, as it is said in the yellow staple. Staple, do you say that in English? Stapel. Bar, thank you. Less than half of the time, more than half of the time, okay. Relatively never. That's wonderful. Happy you. How about you?
Well, I like to be alone sometimes.
Yes, okay. That's something else. That's something else, I think. I heard that on the tone, on how you said it. Welcome to this summarizing panel. And as I said, it's Dr. Yolanda Agra, of course, Deputy Director of Quality of the National Health System in Spain. And we have Miss, I see if I can, Susana Freitas Lopezova.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Hello.
Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Affairs of the Czech Republic. And, of course, Monsieur Franck Bellivier, Ministerial Delegate for Mental Health and Psychiatry in France. And you are, of course, you are representing the EU presidency, as it is called in this context. Very good. So let's talk a little bit about what has happened here today. And I will actually start with you, with the Czech Republic. Can you fill, because you haven't heard anything about it, can you fill us in a little bit on how your country deals with social connectedness and the challenge of loneliness?
I'm afraid that we are one of the countries where loneliness as itself is not the theme yet.
Okay.
We have no strategy in general, but we have a lot of small things. And this is one thing what I would like to point from today, that there are goals to be completed in the long term. What are the strategies, national, European, any strategy you want.
Before you
But
start,
then,
I just want to ask you, are you actually talking about what you are going to do in Czechia?
well, maybe once, but what we are doing now are the small projects. Like during the Czech presidency, we initiated the creation of how it's called, European harmonized helpline number for older citizens.
Okay.
It's maybe a small thing, but it's something what we propose to other European countries. It's a number of what can be simply remembered by older people, because it's one of the numbers 116,000. What is as well a safe number, because can be assigned only by state members. So this is something we would like to encourage the other countries to join us with this activity. There is only 11 of them who did it.
Yeah, okay.
Other activities we provide are campaigns to elder people, directed to elder people, like website with DigiCompetence, education. So we have some small things like that. We cooperate, of course, with NGO companies, NGO organizations. There is one what is already oriented in loneliness as it is, but it's really in the beginning.
Okay.
And I think what the strategies, maybe once we will come to this need, but at the moment I'm afraid that it's too soft skill for our government.
Okay, but you think you have a challenge with loneliness in Czech?
Oh, yes.
Your Czech Republic.
Of course.
Of course. Okay, that's okay. Yes,
Yeah.
and Professor Bellivier, the stigma of loneliness. I'm coming back to this stigma all the time, I know, but that is something that we have been addressing here today. Stigma of loneliness and mental ill health. What do you think can be done to minimize it?
Well,
after what you've heard today,
there are different strategies.
Yes.
One of the most efficient one to me is to ask people with lived experience, families, and people working in the field to take the floor and engage them, in particular. Person with lived experience, engage them at all levels of the conception and the implementation of the policies.
Do you mean they have to speak up about what is?
To speak up, to participate, to be engaged and they play a crucial role in guiding politicians to elaborate and to create policies.
Who is going to invite those people?
There are some countries are quite active in supporting the voice of a person with lived experience, and or members of the civil society, or known very famous ambassadors of the cause may also play a role. So mobilizing people with lived experience, members of the civil society, well-known or famous people engaged in favor of the cause.
Yes.
Are these?
And then the word will be spread, and that's the way of minimizing.
It was mentioned also by the previous panel, saying that we have to communicate on these topics, or these issues are priority for our society.
Yes.
And we have to communicate on that. Yeah. Social isolation and loneliness is a very good example of a neglected issue. Mm-hmm. And if we communicate on this is important because it's a determinant of mental health, it's a determinant of well-being in general, and we have to organize a response specifically for this issue. I think communication is really important.
Yeah.
Just to raise awareness.
Yes. Dr. Agra, how well do you think that the consequences of loneliness and mental ill health, because I know that you rather want to talk about mental ill health or mental health, but how well known are the consequences among politicians?
Well, the consequences of loneliness, we already have talked about this.
Yeah, but we're talking about this today here.
Yes, yes. At personal, for people with mental health problems, it's clear that their prognosis is worse, and also they don't follow all the treatment that they should, for instance. So stigma is very important, and also recovery these people and integrated them to the society again. And it's much easier if you fight against loneliness.
Yes, but do the politicians know how important this is? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, the politicians in general, I think they are going to be more aware about this. In fact, in my country, loneliness, it was not an issue until this last year or couple of years. And several regions, so ministers of regions, they are working on these loneliness programs. In fact, one of the regions is going to start with a specific high-level unit for loneliness. So I think this topic is getting more important at political level. And obviously, as I said before, at national level, the Ministry of Social Rights is working in a national strategy with all the sectors.
I'd like to widen this a little bit and talk about the EU, and I'll ask the Republic of Czechia, if you may, that I say so. What do you think that the work to prevent loneliness should be divided on EU level? Or should each member state act?
I think both. Both. It depends on several activities. There are things what should be done in general or by Europe, and there are things what you can do only in a local level. It was mentioned. There are activities what you can do as a state. And then other things what are better if they are done by municipalities or by local leaders. If you want to work with community, you cannot do it from the level of EU.
Yeah, okay. Because what I'm asking also, I can't ask you, Monsieur Bevillier, do you think the EU should harmonize in some way the work, the combat against loneliness, for example, and mental ill health as well? Should there be a harmonization? It's for you, Monsieur Franck.
Oh, sorry. To answer your question, I think both are very important. Europe.
Okay.
Europe's commitment to develop a multi-sectorial strategy in mental health in general, but this is also true for social isolation, is definitely key to guide national strategies toward European and international standards benefiting and all member states involved reciprocally for strengthening the public mental health of the EU. So it's a positive interaction between the different levels. National policies need to feed the EU strategy, and the EU strategy is really important to guide national strategies.
Okay. And what about Dr. Yolanda? You will be taking over the presidency after Sweden this summer. What sort of synergies do you think that can come out of the Commission's new initiative on mental health in fighting loneliness?
Well, I'm representing the Ministry of Health.
Yes.
So we are going we are already working on conclusions. And as you know, the European Commission communication will be a key document that will be reflected in the content of our Council conclusions.
Yes.
And we think that loneliness is very important for people regarding that have mental health problems. And also following with your previous question, we totally support that it will be very happy when the European Commission launch a European plan of mental health, because as it was said before, it will be a general orientation and a standardized recommendation for all the countries. And the same way that we are doing national strategies to orient our regions to go all to the same objectives and also to work together for the finally main objective, that is to improve health of our citizens and also to improve their quality of life.
Okay. One last question, and I just want to know how you want to go forward now, because you know, if you give us some words of encouragement here, I would like to know really what are you yourself going to do in your line of work to you know, promote social connectiveness and trying to lower loneliness.
From the point of view of Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, for us it's very important so that the help and support for the people who feel lonely will be accessible for all groups, especially for vulnerable groups of people. Because in an average family, it's not so difficult to find the support, to find the activities for children, to find the support for elder people. But in vulnerable groups, it's something what is sometimes a dream. So we really would like to be able to offer this sort of activities, help, social services for this group.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Verdier?
Well, in terms of priority of action in France, many of these priorities have been mentioned today, and we have this in line for the future. But probably one of the most challenging, and this challenge has been mentioned several times, is the development of multi-sectorial policies.
Okay.
And this is really a challenge both at a national level and at the international level, at the European level. And what we should note, to be optimistic, is that the current momentum on mental health that raised after the COVID crisis create a very interesting context to develop, to support, and to implement improvement in mental health policies. In this spirit, I believe that cross-sectorial and dedicated interministerial bodies, both at the European level and at the national level, in each member state, would be an accelerator for operational and for the implementation of actions at the local level.
So how can you create this cross-sector? You said it's a challenge.
Some countries have, at a political level, have created body in charge of this articulation between all the sectors. The French delegation for mental health and psychiatry is an example of a dedicated team in charge of the roadmap, the mental health roadmap, and most of the work we are doing is putting together the different sectors. This morning I gave the example, the work we've done with the Ministry of Agriculture for this dedicated program for farmers.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But Greece has a vice minister dedicated for mental health who is doing the same kind of work. Canada has a minister for mental health.
Okay, but you are not satisfied with the whole EU on how it's working?
I mean, the silo is a big challenge.
Okay.
And to put some connection between these silos, I think a dedicated team is really important.
Yeah.
But we have to, because international collaboration on that matter to create policies, interaction between countries is also very important. At the EU level, having a network of teams working on this interaction between the different silos, I think it's an interesting perspective for the future. But
I hope you're gonna manage. That's all I can say. What about you? Have you any?
Well, we have several challenges.
Yes.
I will mention 3.
Okay, shortly, please.
Yes. Yes, the first is that we are working in a national strategy on loneliness with the Ministry of Social Rights, as I said.
Okay.
So I can't say anything about that because we are going on with that. Secondly, we have our national strategy on mental health that we finally agree with all the actors, and we are going to implement it to the regions, and we have money for that to give the regions to make it real. And we start because it's a big elephant, we want to cut the elephant in little pieces, and we are going to, because we already start with a working group regarding mental health for children and young people in collaboration with NGOs and also in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and other sectors in addition to the patients, scientific societies, obviously the regions. And the third big challenge is our presidency, obviously, and our conclusions that we have to release during the presidency, and also we have to take care and compile in these conclusions not only the Spanish interest, but the interest of all the European Union regarding mental health.
That's what the presidency is about, isn't it? Okay. Thank you so much, all three of you. Miss Susanna Freitas Lopesova, of course, Monsieur Franck Bellivier, Professor Franck Bellivier, and Dr. Yolanda Agra. Thank you so much for sharing all this and being here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Now, I would like to ask our host back on stage. We are really close to the end of this long and interesting day. Welcome back, Jakob Forssmed. Thank you. Before letting you close, I will, of course, put a few questions. We will look together, all together, at the pre-recorded message from the EU Commission, and it's Ms. Dubravka Suica Vice President for Democracy and Demography. Listen to what she has to say to us today.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to address you today after a day of interesting exchanges and fruitful discussions on the important topic of loneliness. This has been on our agenda since the beginning of my mandate, and I want to thank the Swedish Presidency for making loneliness also one of the priorities during your term. My portfolio deals with all people across the entire life cycle, and it was only natural to address loneliness, which in addition to the human suffering for the individual, affects physical and mental health and causes both economic and social challenges. It impacts people's ability to live where they want, to study, to find work, or to hold down a job, to participate in their society and in democracy. Already in 2016, 12% of citizens in the European Union felt lonely, with a significant increase observed in 2019. But the pandemic amplified this tendency, and loneliness will continue to rise in the future. The aging population, the growing number of people living alone, the new forms of working arrangements, internet-based communication replacing in-person contacts are all likely to contribute to increasing feelings of loneliness and the significant negative impacts on mental health and well-being. And we need more action. We have seen this throughout today's contributions and panel discussions. And this is also what one of the final proposals of the Conference on the Future of Europe is focused on. A holistic approach to health, a long-term EU strategy on mental health focusing on literacy, prevention and care. In her State of the Union address in September last year, President von der Leyen responded to this call, announcing European Commission initiative on a comprehensive approach to mental health, which will be adopted later this year in June. Awareness raising and destigmatization with regards to loneliness and mental health remain important. But we are now taking this further. The challenge for us, policymakers, is to integrate in our work on loneliness and mental health across different policy areas: social integration, inclusive education and labor markets, adult learning, community services. Such important issues can only be addressed with evidence-based policy. Our work in the past 2 years has focused on developing a better understanding of different aspects of loneliness, including a wide range of individual, social and contextual factors that contribute to it. We have been exploring the consequences of loneliness and its impact on individuals and communities. We sat together with experts, practitioners, local, regional and national policymakers, participated in best practice exchanges. We are mapping interventions across European member states and are looking at local and national strategies addressing loneliness and their effectiveness. We have conducted an EU-wide data collection exercise, the European Loneliness Survey. On the 6th of June in Brussels, we will present the results of this survey, and we will have the opportunity to continue the exchanges started today here in Stockholm. We will once again gather scientists, experts, practitioners and policymakers to analyze the findings and to propose concrete steps at EU level to address the challenges on loneliness. I look forward to seeing you there and to continuing this important work with the Swedish Presidency as well as with all Member States and relevant stakeholders.
Okay, we thank Ms. Switha for this message. There is a lot more to be done. Mr. Forssmed, I'm curious if you, during this day, have changed perspective or learned something new today.
I've learned so much. I have a written speech here, and I don't really know what to do with it. So, because I've picked up so many things that I really want to discuss more and talk more about, like how we should also focus on the prevention side. It's so easy that we reach out to the intervention, and the prevention side is so important, and that this happens in a context that we have to take into account. I think that's very, very, very important, and also that it affects even. I thought I was updated, but I've now also learned that it also affects even more sectors in society that I keep in mind. So I think that's some things
Yeah, we even heard about relapse prevention, which is also interesting.
Yeah,
really,
very interesting.
There is a lot to do. This meeting today, I know that one of the ambition was to increase the political visibility on that matter of all this challenge. What do you think should be done now on EU level? Because you are actually here as the presidency of the European Union.
I mean, my aim with this conference and putting it as a topic on the Swedish presidency of the Council, of course, is to raise awareness and to get together and make all these things that have been happening around the table happening between the countries all the time. That we can share some experiences when we are now. More and more countries are adopting national strategies, working them out. How can we make them better together? I mean, the European Union is really at its best when we can work together and share best practices and also to share failures when it's not working so well. We're among friends, so we can speak freely about failures. And I think that hopefully this high-level meeting also can be a starting point for a more vivid discussion and sharing of ideas.
Yeah, of course. And since we've heard also loneliness isn't going to be completely eradicated, maybe it shouldn't even be completely eradicated because it has maybe some value after all. What is your future vision when it comes? Yeah, it's big, but I mean, you have been thinking about it. What do you want to do about loneliness? What is your vision about it?
I mean, the main vision of what we do is that I think someone in the panel, I think it was Elin, that said we should get back to being human beings in human nature. So if we get back to it or get to it, I think that's the challenge. I mean, many people in this room know that one physical effect of being long-term in loneliness is that the blood vessels they constrict, putting a lot of stress on the body. And I like to think that this is the protest of our bodies living in conflict with human nature. So we should really take that protest seriously and do something about it. And I think in my world, one way of looking at it is to create a social connectivity infrastructure that works all the way for the people that feel loneliness. We are all on that spectrum we learned today. I think that's a good measure, that we can reach out to people and people have the tools to reach out to other people. So if we reduce stigma, if we make the connections work, this can work both ways and create the relationship environments, the ties that we need, so we can have more places where we can be not producers, not how we present ourselves, but where we can just resonate, be in resonance with others.
Being human. Again, yeah, of course. Yeah, I have a lot of more questions, but I know it's late and a lot of you have to fly home or run home or whatever, go home. Before I leave the stage, I want to thank you all for being so brave and being really participated during this day. And now I leave you to make some closing remarks. Thank you so much. Thank you for today. Thanks.
Let's thank Najma for guiding us with a big round of applause. Thank you, Najma. I think I've heard both Professor Holt-Lundstedt and Mr. Professor Kahn say that they are humbled to be here. I think that's just too much. I am humbled to be here. I'm so grateful that you, all the experts, researchers, policymakers, would take your time to come here today and to really discuss this issue and try to work together. And I just feel very hopeful after we had this meeting. As I said, I have a written speech here. I don't really know what to do with it because there's so many things I like to discuss. But I just want to thank also the Joint Research Center from the European Commission for putting out some base for us here for our discussions. It's been very useful, and looking forward to the meeting, of course, with the European Commission in the 6th of June. My main aim for this has been also to really focus, really take out what are needed to put the issue forward, but also put it on the political map, high on the political agenda. I think that is also very much needed in these times. There's so many pressing issues, but this one, we really, as Mr. Paul Kent said, we really have to stick to it because it's not going to go away. It's there in all of Western society, and we need all the approach that we can get to fight it. Of course, we are also taking in this when we are now taking on the task to create a Swedish national strategy to combat loneliness. So thank you all for that big contributions. We take with us the root causes, the context that you mentioned on this issue. I think that's very important. The double stigma that can occur in some groups when this issue. To be more focused on our research when it comes to drivers and causes, not just measuring this. It's very important, I think. Many of you have mentioned. I think it's important also to not forget the enterprise sector, as the Netherlands pointed out so vividly, and to see that there are some things that we not anticipate that will occur, like the mailmen that were doing a service, but also it helped them as well, putting some even more purpose in a already purpose job. I think that was very interesting. Of course, the importance of loose ties. We also talk about the importance of relationship and deep relationship and emotional support. But those loose ties in society, we need them as well to create a warmer society. I think that's very, very interesting. And working with prevention, the macro scale prevention, as well as the interventions on a more individual level. That's also something we can take with us. The workforce capacity building, and also to not just build capacity, but also to guide into solutions that is evidence-based, and that the workforce, whether it's in elderly care or in hospitals or whatever, they can take and really be useful for them in their work, and not causing frustration, but also be solutions. So thank you so much for this. It has been made clear that we need, of course, a life cycle as well as a whole of society approach here. It's a business of everyone. It's a complex issue, and we need co-ownership between the governments, municipalities, civil society, enterprises, and so on. And I think we can also learn from each other on a national, European, and global level. It is everybody's business, and it is so obvious that we cannot afford inaction. There is a big price of doing nothing or doing just as much as we're doing now. It also has a price tag. So I hope you feel the way that I do after this conference, that our dialogue and coming together really helps us finding sustainable measures here. And I am also certain that all our efforts will basically have an impact on people's lives and contribute to better lives, longer lives, better health for all the people. And therefore, I'm very, very, very hopeful today. There's also obvious that loneliness cannot be broken by individuals. It can only be combated together. And it will not be possible to legislate away the question of loneliness. It requires the efforts of all of us in this room, and basically all of the people in society, and it's our job to make that happen. Sometimes it is the simple things that makes the difference, and we need to do those, and we need to create that infrastructure as well, that can connect people together and help people overcome the emotional, the social, the existential aspects of loneliness. So I'm looking forward to continue this important work together. I feel obliged to do it after we've had this meeting today, and I will try to stick to it, and I hope you will try to stick to it as long as it takes, so we can really seize the momentum and do the work that it takes, because it is needed to create a better society and a better world. So thank you so much for being here, and together we'll keep up the good work. Thank you.